Okay. Going to call the meeting to order at 9 o'clock. I want to start with reminding everybody that all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 41. So I'm looking for somebody to adopt the agenda. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
Just one comment. There's, in the closed session on the agenda, it shows the third-party interest. I would like to make a small addition there to include the Arrow project. It's related in some way to the Stony Nakota. So I would like to just make sure that some discussion of Arrow is added there, please. And with that minor amendment, I will move the agenda.
All right, with that amendment, looking for somebody to approve the agenda as amended. Councillor Lang, those in favor? That is carried. Adoption of the minutes, 3.1 from December the 8th, meeting minutes. Looking for somebody to count.
Is it the tabled item?
Oh, sorry, tabled, yes, thank
So I'll
you.
remove it from the table.
Those in favor of removing it from the table? That is carried. So we're looking to adopt those meeting minutes from December the 8th.
I'll make that motion to adopt.
Councillor Swanson? Those in favor? That is carried. Looking at the meeting minutes from January the 12th. Is there anybody who'd like to adopt those meeting minutes? Councillor Duncan? Those in favor? That is carried. That brings us up to 4.1, mutual aid agreement with Mountain View County and Clearwater County. Good morning, Ms. Haggart.
Good morning, Reeve Laird and members of council. The agenda item before you is a mutual aid agreement, as Reeve Laird mentioned, a draft between Mountain View County and Clearwater County. And as council will recall, as administration conducted discussions on its behalf with adjacent municipalities related to the intermunicipal collaboration framework development back in 2019 and 20, administrations also at that time took the opportunity to discuss any mutual aid agreements that were in place, or whether any needed to be updated, or if none existed, whether it would be beneficial to each of the municipalities. So before council, this draft is before you because we do not currently have a standing mutual aid agreement with Mountain View County. We do have a relationship through mutual aid agreement related to fire with the town of Sundre, which provides fire service into the northern portion of Mountain View County, but that's a separate agreement for that. And attached for council's review is endorsement of this mutual aid agreement. Within the agreement itself, it looks fairly similar to some of the others we've seen. This agreement template came from Mountain View County, and then we included some of the clauses that were within the Brazeau County, Clearwater County agreement. Essentially, mutual aid agreement provides for the term, how do we invoke that mutual aid, who gets to ask, our right of refusal, what we do during mutual aid, limiting our liabilities, and having that indemnification, and essentially service fees that may apply should mutual aid be invoked, and all the other standard clauses like insurance, FOIP, to make sure that county's liabilities are covered should we provide mutual aid to our partner. So again, I don't know how much detail council would like to go into the agreement, whether they have any questions. I'm opening the floor to you.
All right, any questions with regard to this particular mutual aid agreement. Councillor Lang.
I'm just wondering if this has been presented to Mount View County, and if it has, what their feedback and thoughts were on it.
At Mountain View County's administration took a look at this back in 2020, and it's going to their council tomorrow. And their process, they administratively adopt agreements, and they just do it as a presentation to council for information, essentially. So, but that hasn't happened yet. It'll be for tomorrow's timeframe.
All right, very good. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
Sorry.
Okay. Any other questions or comments with regard to this particular? Oh, I apologize. Councillor Lougheed, go ahead.
I was just curious if, and I may have missed it as I read through, is there a mechanism in here to review the rates? The hourly rates that are charged?
There isn't a mechanism for that, but an agreement can have, it's in the Schedule A, so it should be something that can be amended year to year. I think we put in there updated annually and from time to time in that Schedule A. So we put it in Alberta Transportation's rates that we use for that fees for service, so that would be updated on an annual basis. So I do apologize, it is in there, updated annually or from time to time. Sometimes there's a year or two in between the rate increases.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we're looking for somebody to make a motion that council endorses the draft mutual aid agreement between Mountain View and Clearwater County. Oh. Councillor Lougheed? Those in favor? That is carried.
Thank you, council.
We're to Agriculture and Community Services, 5.1. I think we're a little bit early. Will that delegation still be able to come in early or? Okay. So first of all, we need to authorize Smoky Lake County's delegate, Kyle Schole, to participate in our council meeting today virtually. That is Councillor Hoven. Those in favor? That is carried. All right. Good morning. You must be Kyle, is it Schule or did I say it incorrectly?
People call me lots of names, but I call myself Schole.
Schole, I apologize. Thank you, Kyle Schole. We're going to take a moment and introduce our council. We're going to start with Councillor Duncan.
Good morning, Kyle. Jim Duncan, Division 1, southwest of Rocky Mountain House.
Good morning, Kyle. Daryl Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3, and that's East and Central.
Good morning. John Vandermeer, Councillor for Division 4. That's South Central.
Good morning, Kyle. Cami Laird, Councillor for Division 2, and that's the area directly east of Rocky Mountain House, straddling Highway 598.
Good morning, Kyle. Teresa Lang, Councillor for Division 5, and my area basically goes from Rocky through to the West Country.
Good morning, Tim Hoven. I'm the councillor for Division 6, which is the south edge of the county.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Division 7, north of Rocky Mountain House.
Good morning. Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Kyle. Rick Emmons, CAO.
Hi, Kyle. Matt Martinson, Director of Agriculture and Community Services.
Well, I guess that brings it back to me. We'd be very pleased to hear your presentation, Kyle. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Reeve, and through you to council. Thank you very much for affording me a couple of minutes of your time this morning. I also had the pleasure of listening in last evening to your, oh, am I being signaled?
We're just going to turn up the volume on our end a little bit, just so we're sure to hear you then. All right, go ahead.
I'll protect myself as much as possible. Thank you. I was just making the point that it was a very interesting MDP public participation session last evening. that's kind of my department here at Smoky Lake County, so it was really interesting to hear about some of the issues that are having discussion there in Clearwater County as well. Certainly, as I mentioned, I'll try to limit myself just to a couple of minutes of presentation because, of course, I think the information that's before you in your package hopefully will answer many of the questions that you may have with regard to this initiative put forward by Smoky Lake County. Basically, we are in the process of hopefully completing a designation for the North Saskatchewan River under the Canadian Heritage Rivers System. And so presently, this designation exists in place within the federal lands of the national park boundary, but it does end at the national park boundary and does not encompass the remaining hundreds of kilometers of river which flows across the province into Saskatchewan. Quite frankly, that's an error in my view, simply because the tourism and activities that people conduct on the river and adjacent to the river don't stop at the national park boundary. We all have a relationship with the North Saskatchewan River, and indeed it connects our two municipalities. You know, Smoky Lake County is several days canoe ride from Clearwater, but the values of the river are quite exceptional. So I've provided a letter dated December 4th in which I attempted to address some of the questions, very good questions I might add, that council had when this initial request came through to the council back in May. So I've outlined some of the main questions that I observed from the recording of that session and tried to lay out some information for you to further clarify what this process looks like, what are the risks and potential opportunities of the project. Basically, this initiative stems out of Smoky Lake County's economic development strategy, which aims to encourage cultural tourism, for example, but as well, it does not turn the back on really important functions like aggregate resource extraction, for example. So this is a commemorative program. It doesn't add any additional development referrals or anything of that nature to the development process. But what it does do is it serves as a vehicle to empower landowners to educate themselves and to make good decision-making at the landowner level. So you don't see in any cases where this designation has been completed, it's not as though the federal government obtains any additional jurisdiction. The management of the river outside of the national park remains as is. So Alberta Environment would remain, quote unquote, the river manager, and municipalities as well are not on the hook for additional costs or surrender of any of their typical municipal practices or jurisdiction. And so we're hoping to put forward a nomination for the entire extent of the river in Alberta. Certainly I've been in touch with our friends on the Saskatchewan side, the province of Saskatchewan, and they're working very hard to put forward a nomination for their portion as well from the provincial boundary to the forks at Prince Albert. Certainly I would be very happy to answer any questions you may have, but the real goal of this designation is again to promote tourism, to promote good stewardship at the landowner level through education rather than enforcement. And to date, we've received well over 50 letters of support from various municipalities and river communities. So over the summer of this year, we will be conducting additional public participation, for example, by webinar, until such a time as we're able to meet again in person. And then in the fall, hopefully to submit a nomination document which describes the cultural, recreational, and oh, I'm blanking, the three values of the river, which make it exceptional. And so I'll turn it back over to you, Madam Reeve. If there's any questions about the program, I'd really be happy to answer them now.
All right, very good. Thank you, Kyle. Are there any questions or comments that anybody would like to ask while we have him on the line? Go ahead, Councillor Duncan.
Thank you, Kyle, for the presentation. Just comments, I guess a couple. NSWA, it has originally spearheaded this movement forward, but it was dropped a number of years ago, mostly because it wasn't gaining traction at that time and just sort of fell out of favor. And as Kyle's indicated here, also there was a cabinet shuffle, so it either at the federal or provincial level, it probably helped sort of deflect the emphasis away from that as well. My only other comment, I guess, is too that this is administered by the parks, this program, so it's under their jurisdiction, so they've already recognized this, and since 1984, the 49 kilometers in Banff National Park and Jasper have been recognized as a heritage river by the park system. So they will be the administrators of this program, but that's basically it. They're not have any influence over what happens along the river itself. The other comment I would make is that the federal government under the Conservatives did reduce the number of streams that qualified as navigable waters in terms of what the restrictions were on development stuff. But the North Saskatchewan is still one of the ones that is considered as a navigable waters. So if there's development there or bridges across that river or anything like that, that is certainly has federal review there as well. So this, does sort of bring some federal perspective to it as well, right? This is a Canada-wide thing because the river certainly goes farther than Alberta's borders as well. And on the maps that are on the website, there is some, and I don't know the exact kilometers or anything, but there is much of the river that's outside of Alberta has already been designated as well, or parts of it have. So it would be good, I think, to complete this. If it's going to be worthwhile, it should be completed all this for the length of the river and make it standard across the country.
All right, other questions or comments? Looks like you're getting off easy this morning, Kyle.
I should buy a lottery ticket.
Yeah. You and others, perhaps. So what we're looking at is a motion that council considers the Heritage River System request for a letter of support.
Make that motion.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor? That is 7-0. I'd say that's a good check mark to put at the headwaters.
I really appreciate it, Madam Mayor, and through you to council. I certainly hope that if any of you have any further questions about the program, that you would be welcome to reach out to me. I'll certainly provide updates as we're moving forward. Once again, I really appreciate your time this morning.
Well, thank you again for taking the time to come back and give us a little bit more detail. Between you and Councillor Duncan made it an easy choice. All right, thank you.
Good luck with the remainder of your meeting.
All right, thank you. You have a great day.
Take care.
Okay, that brings us to item 6.1. Under Planning and Development. Good morning, Mr. Reyes. Good morning. I just want to say Charmin, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Council. Charmin Pashulka, Development Officer, will be presenting this item to you.
Good morning, Reeve and Council. Before you is bylaw 1104/21, relevant to application number 04/20, to amend the land use bylaw in order to add a new definition for solar farm and add solar farm as a discretionary use under the agriculture district. The applicant is Blue Mountain Power Co-op, who would like to potentially apply for a solar farm under this proposed use. The proposed definition for solar farm means a power plant consisting of active or passive solar panels and related facilities connected to the Alberta electricity system and used for the production of electrical power. Solar farms should be associated or part of traditional farming practices. The proposed definition and use, similarly used in other Alberta municipalities, would accommodate advancing technology and the increasing demand for solar generation distribution on the electricity grid. The application has been evaluated against policies and regulations from the Municipal Development Plan and Land Use Bylaw. Staff is recommending that council grants first reading to the bylaw amendment and proceeds with a public hearing after circulation. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions?
Okay. Counselor Swanson.
Yes, thank you for that. In my, yesterday I spent a lot of time on the phone calling various municipalities within our province, especially the southern part of our province, because Alberta is the second highest, has the second highest potential to produce solar energy in Canada. And I found that very interesting statistic. So trying to be a little bit future forward in all this, I believe that we are going to see more and more renewable projects that are going to be coming within our county. And so I talked to the town of Raymond, the town of Vulcan, the town of Cardston, County of Vulcan, and the MD of Willow Creek yesterday, and I still had one more county to call, but they all have significant solar farms in their particular jurisdictions. Once the town of Vulcan completes theirs, they will have the largest solar farm in Canada, up to 400 megawatts, huge. Part of that is because of the past NDP government had been giving out grants, green grants, to start this. So what I've learned is a lot of these municipalities are coming on board with using the grant money as deposits, and then the electrical company, NMAX, for example, is very future forward in solar. And NMAX is then financing the municipalities over 15 years for that infrastructure. We have a different issue in front of us, and I understand that, Blue Mountain is like anything in a development process, you have to start from the beginning, and they're going through the proper process to go through land use bylaw as a discretionary use, that's the word I was looking for. Knowing that, that we're gonna get more and more interest. And my other learnings with talking to the other municipalities is that solar farms can only go in certain places because they have to be hooked up to a transmission. They have to be able to feed the grid. So they're not gonna be spread over. So I guess what I'm asking is this, can we put this on hold and actually create a land use specific for renewables? We know that that's future, and the renewable energy can include solar, wind, biomass, geothermal, all under one heading, because we know that that's where the future is going. That's where we're going to get more inundated on. It's not that I want to put a delay in this, but I don't want to be grandfathering a bunch of projects in the future, because this is going to change faster than we can keep up. So if we can create a land use bylaw specifically for renewable energy, it might mitigate a lot of concerns. And I'm thinking of a fire protection plan. I'm thinking of decommissioning in the future, things like that would probably involve. I know it is the approving board or the regulatory board is the AUC, the Alberta Utilities Commission. It is out of our hands for some of that. And let's face it, a lot of this stuff will be on private land, much like oil and gas. When a company comes, they'll put in the pipeline, they'll put in the whatever else that has to be done, and that private landowner benefits from that. And when I kind of pass that concept through these municipalities, talking to either to their CAO or their REEF, they all agreed with me that would probably be a very good idea to have that in that designation in our land use bylaw and going forward. So just putting it out there. It's not that I want to stall this. I'm just thinking future forward that maybe we should be looking at this, because we are going to be looking at our land use bylaw in the coming years, and that might be something we can start that process with this. So that's all I have to say.
Well, there's some food for thought. Any other thoughts or comments? Councillor Duncan?
Sorry. Just a question on approvals. Would a solar farm require any provincial approvals, or is it at this point up to counties. And I know that, I think the wind, maybe you could also, if you know the answer for the wind towers, that the big ones that are out there.
I believe it would require provincial approval.
And as of yet, there is no, I know that's one of the issues with the big wind towers, there's no decommission regulations in place yet for any of these, wind or solar. We cannot put any of these into our bylaw probably, right? Because that would be a provincial.
That would be probably, the way I see it, Councilor Duncan, is that'll be probably part of the development permit. We can require a development agreement and put it against the land.
Okay.
And then they will be accountable to the commission that over many years.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yes, just a question for Councillor Swanson. In your communications with these other municipalities, what is their overall reaction in terms of the solar farms? Are they concerned particularly, or are they quite supportive? What's the general view from those who already have?
It's quite diverse in that regards. Most of these solar farms have been spearheaded first by the towns, which were not ground mounts. They're mostly like mounted on panels, or sorry, on the roof. The town of Raven, for example, they've got panels out to their out at their water treatment plant. They have 1,000 panels out that direction. What was interesting also in regards to Cardston, the town of Cardston, they did a phased approach and started with their ice arena and civic center and then moved out and then needed to create a farm to then go further. County of Vulcan, again, they said that in regards, yes, it takes provincial approval, but the County of Vulcan was more looking at something in regards to a plan for decommissioning. They got legal opinion, and yes, it is, these farms are approved through the AUC, but the residents were very concerned that they were going to be left holding on to this infrastructure should the company walk 25, 30 years down the road. That's whether their main concern is. And we all know what abandoned infrastructure looks like. So it's just more or less of an assurance by the public that that's what they were looking for. So there's only so many places that a solar farm will work, and part of it is that connection to the transmission line. That is the key to all this, not just everything. We have constituents that have their little micro solar units throughout the county. I know of quite a few, and some are off grid. But this is to deal, I believe, with a large scale project. So I hope that answered your question.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Yes, certainly I'm aware of some individual installations, smaller ones, and I'm sure that we're going to see a lot more solar generated in smaller units. But these bigger ones also, I'm aware of one possible location, and as you say, generally they'll be near where there's some load and some grid that's available, and therefore places like near Rocky Mountain House or near Caroline and some other population centers would be obvious. So I'm wondering, looking at this, given that we're talking about first reading, there will certainly be an opportunity to bring forth all of the information, pro and con, on this as we go. So because of that, I guess I really don't see reason for not having first reading at this point in time, given that we're going to have public input and the input from other industry as we go forth. So that's kind of where I'm at on this at this time. Thank you.
All right, other questions or comments? I guess then that leaves a question that I have is how are we with these solar farms going to ensure we don't sterilize valuable farm ag, that's for farm ag use? That's, I guess, one of my concerns is, how do we manage that so that we don't lose valuable farmland? We definitely heard last night through the MDP review already, the concerns that, farmers are having with regard to, subdivision and whatnot. I think it's important that this doesn't become just a different sterilization of valuable farmland. So perhaps you've got processes in place that you could explain to us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And then again, a development permit will be required, and that's where you ask for hydrological studies and soil studies and solar exposure studies. And that's where, we go into that details. But maybe just to expand a little bit on this application. Councilor Vandermeer is correct. Blue Mountain is looking at some land around an established grid, so being close to Rocky Mountain House or Caroline. They don't have a particular site right now. So any land that is close to Rocky Mountain House, it's included in the intermunicipal development plan. So if we go through a rezoning at this point in time, we'll have to open the intermunicipal development plan and amend that. So in order to avoid that step, we thought that, and the town of Rocky Mountain House is totally on board, we thought that this will be a good approach to include that as a discretionary use in the meantime, until we review that intermunicipal development plan and we review the land use bylaw as an overall rewrite.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lang?
Well, where my head first went when I read this is what's next, like the wind farms and geothermal, as Councillor Swanson mentioned, and Reeve Liard talked about sterilization of farmland, and it seems like ag land is the default for everything, and I'm not so sure how the public is going to feel about it. However, maybe first reading is the way to get all the information and hear from the public, and we can go from there.
Other questions or comments? Councillor Duncan?
For me, I guess the solar one is probably the least intrusive in terms of worries about decommissioning and even, the land's would not even be stripped or anything like that for this one. The topsoil is still going to be there underneath the solar panels. So, I think if I understand staff correctly, we're kind of looking at a temporary fix here, or at least we have the ability to make some changes if during the land use bylaw review as well, and our MDP review, I guess. We can have some wording in there if we so chose, but I'm okay with first reading here and getting some more information. I'm not sure if are there grants available, like is Blue Mountain pursuing grants to make this happen as well, which would be time sensitive?
I'm not aware, Councilor.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Lougheed?
I guess for me, what's key here is having some controls over the scale of these operations and also some provision for decommissioning these sites. If there is a failure of that, are we left with an environmental cleanup? Because even if it is a solar energy type thing, those remaining materials can be hazardous materials and can be very costly to the community to dispose of, to put it back to an agricultural state. So I think there needs to be some discussion on that, but I would certainly see an opportunity to go to first reading and get some feedback on the community's perception of these kind of projects moving forward.
Very good. Other comments or questions? All right. So it looks like we could consider granting first reading and looking for somebody to make that motion then.
I'll make that motion.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer? Those in favor? That is carried 7-0. I think that we've got some additional work in line for our land use bylaw. Perhaps something for the MDP as well. Thank you again. That brings us up to 7.1. Tax account write-off. Oh, sorry. Good morning.
Morning, Reeve, Council. I have an item before you, a tax account write-off summary for the Provincial Education Requisition Credit and the Designated Industrial Requisition Credit Program applications. And before we get into the meat of the item, I was hoping you would indulge me, as I think this is a bit of a confusing topic between write-offs and booking an allowance for doubtful accounts. And I just kind of want to go through that process first so that everyone can see what the steps are in this process and how we get to the point where we actually write off a balance on an account. So on the balance sheet, or the statement of financial position that it's now called, you'll see a line on there called tax receivables. And what's included in that is the whole list of tax accounts that are outstanding at December 31st. And then what happens is our tax clerk goes through with myself and Murray and the auditor, and we go through and try to decide which ones we feel are still able to be collected and which ones we're fairly certain won't be able to be collected. So we don't take those amounts off the tax account at that time. What happens then is that we book an allowance. So there's a debit that has the account balance in it, and then a credit underneath that says, okay, but we don't think we're going to collect this much of it. The reason we leave it on the tax account is that we can still make attempts to collect, even if we think that it's unlikely that we will, because in some instances, those monies are collected. So what happens is we book an expense in that year for the amount of the allowance in that year, so that that goes onto the statement of operations and as an expense in that year. And on the statement of financial position, that accumulates over time. So if we book $100 of doubtful in 1 year and another 100 in the next year, that would total to be 200 against the total tax account, which we still haven't wrote anything off. We still have everything listed in each of the individual tax accounts. But we're saying it's unlikely we are going to collect those monies. So what happens when we get notice of a bankruptcy or an insolvency, then we're 100% sure that those monies will not be collected. Typically, we wait for the accounts legal team or whoever they're working with in their bankruptcy to notify us if we are getting a portion or a percentage of that account. And then once everything is done and gone through the courts, then we write off the balance. The provincial government has provided an avenue for municipalities to get back the amount that they are putting onto the municipality for the provincial education requisition. So if on that tax account is $3,000 and $1,000 of it is provincial education requisition, the provinces for the last few years has given this avenue to receive those monies back from the province, so that that burden isn't placed on just the ratepayers in Clearwater County. It goes back to the province and is spread out over the entire provincial tax base again. But they also want to make sure that we don't collect that money on those accounts. So they require us to actually write off those balances. So that's what you have before you today, are balances that are on an individual tax account that we have, over the years, listed on the allowance as doubtful. So what will happen is the overall tax receivable won't actually change, because we've already accounted for these in previous years as being doubtful for collection. So what will happen is the total that's on the tax accounts will go down, but so will the amount of the allowance. We'll take the allowance, we'll decrease the allowance by the amount that we're writing off. So that the end balance of the taxes receivable won't change due to this entry. So attached are all of the rolls that are before you that are either in a bankruptcy or insolvency position that Clearwater County feels will not be collected. There's no chance that these monies will be collected. We would like to write them off so that we can claim the provincial education requisition credit back from the province. Along with that, they've also given an avenue, a separate program called the Designated Industrial Requisition Credit Program. And that's for that small fee that is applied to the industrial properties for the assessment that is done provincially now instead of within each municipality. And in that change, they had asked that the industry actually pay for the assessment of those properties right on their tax notice. So that is a requisition from the province to us, similar to the provincial education one. So there's also an avenue to receive those monies back from the province that are on any of those accounts. So any questions?
So many questions, I'm sure. So let the questions begin. Councillor Lang.
So I think I have 3 questions.
Okay.
So it looks like there's quite a number here, probably close to 200.
Yes.
Over how many years has this been accumulating for?
Good question, but I would say 4 to 5.
This means about 200 of our residences of the properties they've owned have had to face bankruptcy or something like that?
Most of these are oil and gas.
Okay. Okay.
In fact, there's only 2 properties that are not oil and gas.
Okay, well, that's good. And this is just a curiosity question. I was noticing these roll, the numbering sequence, and it's something that popped out at me. Most of them are like 40, they start with 42, and some in the 30s, and some starting with, I think, 99. How come there's none in the 50s, 60s, 70s, or 80s?
So that number at the beginning of the tax roll is associated with the township that they're in.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions or comments? Okay, Councillor Lougheed.
I guess my assumption on these properties then is that these are not candidates for the Tax Recovery Act to be able to put some pressure on whatever's remaining there as an entity to recover some of those taxes?
No, so once we write them off, we're unable to use those avenues for collection any longer.
Okay. Other questions or comments? Councillor Lang?
This just came to my mind when you said they're mainly industrial, maybe oil and gas companies. These approximately 200, have their sites all been cleaned up, or is there still decommissioning left?
I am unaware of what the state of each site is, but I would assume that there is cleanup to be done on most of them.
At whose cost, do you know?
I think once a company has declared bankruptcy, then they go into the orphan well program,
Okay, thank you.
if it's a well.
All right, other questions or comments? I don't see any. You indicated, I guess this, my question is, you indicated that then we'll be in a position to go back to the government to see if we can get any on the school, and there was something else as well.
Yes, sorry, go ahead.
No, please tell me what it
The
is.
assessment fee, so if there's a industrial property starting in, I don't remember, maybe the last 2 years, there's been an assessment fee that's been levied on the industrial properties to pay for the provincial assessment process.
Okay, thank you. Do we know what possible percentage of $1.5 million we might get back?
Yes, I probably do know that number. I'll have to send it out to you. I don't have it right here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pennies on the dollar for sure.
Yeah.
All right. It's unfortunate set of circumstances going on, I'd say in the globe, but definitely we're feeling the pinch for sure, and so are these companies. We're looking for a motion that council approves the attached list of accounts to write off 1.5 and change for December 31st, 2020.
Yes, please.
I'm not sure who made it first. I'll go with Councillor Duncan today.
Thank you.
Those in favor? That is carried.
Thank you.
That brings us to 7.2, a request letter for support for broadband grant. Thank you, Ms. Sharon. All right, whoever'd like to start. Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve. Good morning, council. This represents the third request that Clearwater County has received from an internet service provider, this one being from ExploreNet. And we've drafted a letter of support, and it is the same format and wording and terminology as the previous two letters of support that council has approved. So we would ask that council review this letter of support and direct us accordingly.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? I see Councillor Swanson.
Yes, as per the other two that ISPs that have applied for, I am in favor of the attached draft letter as we've been presented. So I'm prepared to make the motion to forward this on to ExploreNet with our support.
Okay, other questions or comments? Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yes, I believe that ExploreNet will be part of the discussion this afternoon in the closed session, where get this right here, where the Stony Dakota Telecom will also be presenting. Is that so, or will they be a part of that discussion? Given that situation, I would like to motion that we table this pending those discussions during the closed session, which will give us understanding of the scope and scale and extent of their plans, so we understand it better.
Councillor Swanson.
I guess I look at it this way. I see this as a positive way forward. It doesn't mean that we have to, in this regard, we're just allowing ExploreNet to apply for the USB fund, or UBF fund, sorry. like the other two previous, I had said that if we're going to approve one, we have to approve all. Because CRTC, whether perceived, if there's any kind of conflict towards us, perceived or otherwise, they can stall our application. So to me, this is a non-issue, and I'm, like I say, I'm prepared. And should those conversations in closed session bring up something different, well, then we can pivot accordingly. But this, to me, is just a letter of endorsement for the area.
Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Reeve Laird. And just a point of order for council, Councillor Swanson had a motion on the table
Yes.
prior to the tabling that needs to be dealt with to deal with Deputy Reeve Vandermeer's.
Okay.
Yes. So we've got a motion on the table and then a consideration for tabling. Now, point of information, we would have to deal with the motion at hand for accepting and moving forward before we could table it. I don't know how that would work. Would you mind walking me through that? How would that work? We have a motion on the table to proceed with a vote, and we've got a request to table it.
The motion first spoken by Councillor Swanson would need to be dealt with and defeated or not.
Okay?
Yes. Correct.
Thank you for the clarification. I wanted to make sure that we were doing it accordingly. Councillor Lang?
We have that motion read back to us?
It is provided. The council reviews, amends as desired, and approves the attached draft letter of support. I assume that's the one you wanted. Okay. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, and then I'm going to Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, in addressing the motion to approve it, part of the motion is to address and amend as appropriate. And I'm simply pointing out that through our discussions during the closed sessions, there may be reason brought forward to amend the way it's currently drafted, given the scale and extent to which this proposal, the proposal of ExploreNet might be made. So I think it'd be, we still have the opportunity to approve it as drafted at this point in time, at the end of our closed session, or to make some modifications. So I'm saying it would be worthwhile to just wait till the end of the closed session and then make up our mind. That's what I'm asking.
All right, Councillor Duncan?
I think I'm looking for some clarification as well. If I would agree that I would prefer to wait till after the closed session to deal with this, but with the motion having been made, if we defeat it now, then we cannot bring it back and provide that letter of support later today unless it comes to us at a future council meeting. The only other way out of it, I would believe, and I look for clarification, would be for Councillor Swanson to withdraw the motion.
Yes.
Councillor Lang?
Thank you, Councillor Duncan. My mind was kind of going there as well. So I believe, and maybe our CEO can correct us, I'm thinking about our procedural bylaws here. If we defeat a motion, I believe it can be brought back at the same council meeting. You either wait 6 months, or it can be brought back at the same council meeting if someone who was in favor of defeating it brought it back. Am I correct?
Yes. I actually have it in front of me. Okay. Councillor Lougheed?
Sorry, I didn't really have a comment on that. I guess I can always make a comment. Certainly, I know we have provided similar letters to other other potential ISPs, and I don't see a problem with bringing a similar letter to this. However, with those discussions that will be taking place later on today, we may have opportunity to formulate a better letter that supports that application, shaped around the discussions we have with their intentions moving forward with a partnership or with potential ability to expand our idea of an open network here. So ultimately, I would prefer to make the decision on the letter after that discussion.
Given the discussion, Councillor Swanson, do you have anything you'd like to share or consider?
So with the discussion that's taken place, I will withdraw my motion.
Great, thank you. So that then brings us to the point of being able to table this item until after that other agenda item.
Yes. I confirm my motion to table this item till or following the closed session this afternoon.
All right, other questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor? That is carried, 7-0. So we'll come back to that. 7.4, no, 7.3. Just about jumped ahead of you there, Cam, my apologies. Mr. McDonald.
Good morning, Councillor, or good morning, Reeve, Liard and Council. So this discussion is for our open access policy. So going forward, it's staff recommendation that Council reviews the draft Broadband Telecommunications open access policy and amends as desired and directs administration to engage internet and retail service providers, ISPs, RSPs, and public for input. So a little bit of the background, as per requested, at the November 17th workshop, administration, with the assistance of the county's contracted broadband engineers, drafted the attached Broadband Telecommunications open access policy. So I'll just go through it. I guess we can start on page background, page, I guess it's 5 of 15. And maybe instead of reading it all, if we can just go through and if there's any questions or anything like that, we can hit upon those, if that's okay, Reeve Laird.
I think that'd be perfect if you just hit the high points.
Yeah, okay. Thanks. As we go through, I think some of the points that I'd like to sort of bring out that we would draft in the section 1 is that we're going to meet the minimum CRTC standards 50 and 10, but we would like to target higher speeds, gigabit where available. And that's something that we really want to bring to the forefront too, that we're not just going 50 and 10 megabytes. Also the second one is that we want a quality construction build that lasts 50 years. I think that's really something to say about the infrastructure we put in and how we deal with, like how the ISPs would see us as a quality construction that we put in. Any questions so far? Again, this is a draft, so we'll be presenting it to the ISPs and we'll be interviewing them. So that'll probably give us a lot of information to retain and bring back. And I'm sure there's ideas out there that, will improve upon everything. And so we're looking at phase project plan to develop through the construction implementation for the open access. We also want to build it with the capacity to accommodate growth. And we want to tell that to the ISPs and RSPs that we're not just building a bare minimum bones. We're going to build it so that there's capacity for them to grow too. We don't want them stagnant where they have to wait 2 years and something to get the technology in front of them. So we want to be available to that. And one of the things here, and this may be up for discussion, is number 4. The county will not provide end-user internet services. And I think that's something that the ISPs, RSPs will have comment on. So that's good going forward. And I'm going to flip the page to 6. And really, this is just sort of definitions here. But I do want to focus on one. It's at the very bottom. It's qualified ISPs. And I think we want to get the ISPs and RSPs thoughts on what they see as a qualified ISP, meaning are they registered with the CRTC? Are they a legitimate business? All those kind of things. And I think we'd like to get some feedback on that so that we're not making it so difficult for anybody to apply.
Councillor Swanson?
Oh, Councillor Swanson.
Just in that qualified ISP thing too, I
Yeah.
mean, I like the fact that we can set our standards for service. Also, it would be nice to have referrals from other municipalities or other things in that as well. So much like an interview process, I think we should have referrals for past projects that they've done.
Councillor Swanson, do you mean
Thank
like reference?
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you. I noted that. That's good idea. So I think we're going to go off to page 8 if there's no questions on that. The one thing I would like to point out on page 8 is it's 3.2 and I think it's 3.23 is the non-discriminatory open access. And I think that's where we're going to have really good discussions with the ISPs, RSPs, because they are businesses. So our wording here, I feel over time will change in this part, just to accommodate everybody, but it's going to be a back and forth, I'm assuming. So food for thought on that. And really, page 9, I don't really have anything to bring out. It's sort of, as this is a draft, I think every clause in there, or everything in here will be definitely brought out to light, and we'll have to go through it. And then the transparency, I think, is for everybody is a good thing too, that we're fair and equitable. So, and then the rest of the pages really, the last 2 are the open access operational process, which is really not a process, it's going to be procedure. So we'll move that to that document of that. And that will actually come out of the interviews with the ISPs, contracts and all the legal things that'll have to happen, and processes and technical, how we use the equipment, what access they have, those kind of things. And then the open access pricing, I think that'll be, have to be reviewed also. And that will come out of discussions again with the ISPs and RSPs. There's going to be a lot of information there to gather. And so we'll have to hit the ground running on that part. And then really, I just attached the county broadband policy because I feel that once we go through the open access policy, it will reflect on the broadband policy where there's maybe some minor changes that we would bring back to council because these programs will probably be pretty tight together, these 2 documents. That's all. Any questions?
Councillor Lougheed.
That's just one question, and it kind of backs us up to the first section again, and it's where it references the build will be a fiber infrastructure with a minimum of 50-year life expectancy or service lifetime. I'm wondering, does that reflect a manufacturer's estimation, or is there some form of warranty for that fiber infrastructure? Or how do we ensure that we have a system that can match that policy direction?
And that's on the design build of the engineers, on the detailed design, on depth, quality of backfill, quality of parts, type of fiber. And I do know that we do get different types of offers for warranty. Most are for pieces and parts are about 20 years. There's not too many long ones, but it depends on what parts you use, what training, what training the construction company has, or if we provide that so that we can get an extended warranty. But nothing would be 50 years for a warranty, that's for sure. But it's a design build and it's a standard, this is sort of a standard through the, I guess through fiber builds that they're hoping to go for, that it's a 50-year lifespan. There is fiber in the ground that's been in the ground since early 90s, and actually a little bit before that, that's still quite usable. So fiber does have a very long lifespan, and it's one of the good things it does have. Sort of answer your question. Thanks.
Okay, other questions or comments? Councillor Lang.
Well, I'm going to, first, I'm just going to make a comment on what Councillor Swanson had mentioned. If it's going to be truly open access and non-discriminatory, I don't believe we need references, letters, like we do want qualified ISPs, but in the end, it'll be the user that will decide if they want to go with that ISP. If they don't like them, they drop them, they switch to someone else. So I don't think that's really, really necessary to dive into that level of detail as to who we're going to pick and who we're not. We want it to be non-discriminatory. So, yeah, I'm just going to leave it at that. Now, we all know there's an ISP provider that lives in my area, and I actually asked him to take a look at this. He's got a lot of concerns. I expect that you will be hearing a lot back from ISPs. He actually sent a list of 10 questions.
Okay.
I'm not going to read them all. I'll just read a couple, but I will forward these to you.
Okay.
But I think that this policy, once you talk to the ISP providers, it needs some tweaking here. So the first question, which cable vaults are designated as interconnect points? Question mark. All of them? Question mark. Number 2, what types of services will be offered on this backhaul fiber? Number 3, what are the requirements to interconnect to the county backhaul fiber, both technical and administrative? Like I say, there's 10 questions here, and that's just one ISP provider. So I expect that, I'm glad this is a draft because I do believe it needs an awful lot of work.
Okay, oh, absolutely, I concur.
Okay, because that sounded technical to me, because I'm like, okay, that's probably beyond what we need in the policy at the moment, but it sounds like lots to jump off of.
Absolutely.
So you've got a great start to a straw dog, is what I see.
Yeah, it's a big game.
I do have a question, but I'll go to Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Thank you. So I guess I didn't get into discussion what your target time is to get this out to the ISPs, get feedback, and get it firmed up. How long will that take you?
Well, that's a good question. Once we get approval, we'll start the ball rolling with our engineering firm, and we'll start the interview process. How long that's going to take, it really depends on how responsive the ISPs, RSPs are, and the timeline for questions and going back and forth. I'm hoping it's not going to take longer than 4 to 6 weeks, but realistically, it may be longer.
That's really all I was looking for, that timeframe. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Other questions or comments? Councillor Duncan?
Comment, and I think you addressed it already, Cam, that, my question, I guess, stems a bit from the questions that Councillor Lang was bringing forward too, that a lot of those should be probably dealt with best in an appendix or schedule that can be amended as opposed to a policy that you have to bring back to council on the technical side.
Yeah, absolutely, Councillor. We'll have to do that, and there's going to be a lot of contractual legal things that we're going to have to do, and we really want to almost create a template for the legal part of it so that we treat all of them the same. So there's going to be a lot of that background stuff in the procedures.
Thank you, and I think where maybe you were going with the qualifications for ISPs is that we just need to make sure that they have the technical abilities to provide the service that we want, and the access to the equipment and are aware of the equipment that would be required, that it would be part of their ability to provide that service.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, other comments or questions? My turn. So my understanding is you're going to do interviews, so how do you see those next steps happening? And then I've got a second question, I think.
Okay, well, the next steps we see is we'll retain, we've already retained our engineering firm, but they'll reach out. And we hope that some of the ISPs that are listening, if I'm missing somebody, that would reach out to us also. I'm planning on putting it out to some, maybe social media and on our website, to do that also. And, hopefully that encompasses enough of the people that come and we can interview. So that'll be part of it, that's for sure.
Okay, thank you, because that was kind of led into my second question, which was, how do you formulate a list of the ISPs to interview and advertising? So I think you kind of answered it.
Yeah, we're hoping that, as effective as we are, and we've hired a very good engineering firm, we may miss somebody, so that's why I believe when I talk to our communications area, we can put it out to social media and hopefully maybe not miss somebody by mistake.
Okay, Councillor Swanson?
Going back to the quality ISP, and I totally agree with Councillor Lang in regards, we can't discriminate with with who we bring on and keep it a truly open access. I guess for clarification, my reason for asking for either a referral or a reference is because if an ISP comes to us and they're perfectly qualified, but they've been banned from doing business in another municipality, I want to know that. So that's why I'm saying, we got to do our due diligence in some of this. So they could be capable, but if they can't be doing business in another municipality, we don't need them here either. So that's where I was asking for the referral.
That's fair.
I think you used the exact words, just due diligence as we move forward.
Yes.
Looks like you've got your work cut out for you, Mr.
Oh,
McDonald.
there's quite a lot of work to this.
Yes.
It'd be interesting, though. It's really going to be the interesting part of this, to see, get other people's feedbacks. It's really going to be good.
Given the feedback that Councillor Lang and others are getting, I think that you've got an interested group of ISPs who are chomping at the bit to chat with you.
Yes, they are.
That's a happy problem.
It's really fantastic to see it going forward.
I'm looking forward to how they help you create this document for us.
Yeah, great.
So that means at this point, if there's no other questions or comments, we're looking for a motion with regard to the staff recommendation that we review this broadband policy, amend if we desire, and I think we're early stages for that. But direct administration to engage with the ISPs and RSPs to get that input. Who would like to make that motion? Councillor Duncan? Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor? That is carried 7-0. Thank you. So that brings us to Public Works.
Okay.
Did we, no? I, for some reason, want to just skip right through this, don't I? It is
I
7.4.
congratulate you on that.
7.4, I just seen Mr. Hanson coming, and I thought, wow, let's go. So.
to help.
You came to help.
I can do it.
Thank you. 7.4, I apologize, Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Reeve. So this is for the main broadband point of presence development emergency service center North Buildings. We've renamed it the point of presence for sake of UBF and stuff like that, just as a reminder. The council directs administration to move forward with tender offering to renovate bays 1 and 3 of the emergency services building. The background is administration estimates the total cost to be within the approved 2021 budget for this facility. On November 16th, 2020, IBI released a memo, Phase 2 main pop site candidate building evaluation to Clearwater County. A site comprehensive analysis was completed for 7 potential buildings or properties that could be used to develop the main POP site. It was recommended the Emergency Services North Building be used as a cost-effective and functionality for the space with a minimum disruption for emergency service operations that are also located in the building. As part of the building evaluation process, it was determined that bays 1, 2, and 3 could be assigned to support the main POP. The total space allotment is approximately 3,000 square feet. The details of the proposed renovation are included with the attached document, so I attached that document. I guess instead of going through this whole document, which is fairly long, I guess we'll just do it page by page the same way. Is that okay, Reeve
That
Laird?
works perfectly.
So the background information, basically it's our building over on the north side there, and then the first 3 bays. What we're looking for is equipment room, outside plant fiber termination room, an equipment room, HVAC, network monitoring, storage, and a spare room that we could develop later on if more goes on. Washroom, a mop closet for cleaning, and there's the fair amount of hallway space so that we can segregate rooms for the ISPs and RSPs. The development considerations on page 2 of 6. The existing building does not have water or sewer connection, so that's something that has to be done, and we've evaluated the pricing on that. And then there was an assumption that the water and the sewer adjacent to the property is sufficient. And with research done, they're pretty confident that it is, but really sometimes until you dig down, you just don't know with the existing piping. The existing building is currently energized with single phase, and we would like to move to 3 phase for obvious reasons. There's assumed that there's an existing distribution line right across the road, which is really good for us. And also our fiber optic cable from this building to that building runs right by that area for us too. As a note, that wasn't written down. The existing building is already heated by natural gas, so we don't have to bring that in. So the natural gas would be used for, obviously heating, but also for the generator, to run the generator in an emergency situation for disruptions and whatnot. Cost development methodology, skip a bit there. If there's any questions so far, just so
Not
that I
so
don't
far.
run over everything.
You're doing great.
Nope.
Yeah,
Okay.
carry on.
So cost estimate development methodology. The cost estimate methodology was used based on developing a set of functional drawings, not authenticated. We have, as good as we can, which were released to various trades. So what IBI did was basically release, you won't even call it a tender, phone up and get quotes. And I'm assuming that most of them actually probably did a high quote, but we don't really have that number if they've said X amount, just because of the numbers coming back, because they're round numbers, so nobody's done a really detailed quotes. Interior framing for electrical, fire protection, water, overhead cable tray, material costs for backup generator and transfer switch. And then the image on page 4.6 is sort of a rough estimate, and then obviously bays 5 and 4 have been squished down so that those will still hold trucks and Clearwater County equipment, I guess you could call. But we've had to put in floor drains, and we'll be putting in fire suppression too, so that there's no issues if we have a fire in there. So the idea is to protect the whole building, not just where we're building. Is there any questions on the design sort of layout?
Councillor Lougheed.
Okay, Councillor Lougheed.
Yeah, just one question. I think I already know the answer, but I'd like to ask it anyway. Is somewhat curious why 3-phase power was needed. Is that for the backup generator and the cooling systems, or is that?
It's, yeah.
Obviously, the electronics doesn't require massive
Yes,
amounts of
yeah,
power.
actually, the electronics need it and the generator, or, sorry, the generation, the battery backup units, actually for the size that we need, actually need three-phase power too. And actually, for existing information, that's what our server room has now, is three-phase.
Thank you.
Okay. Other comments so far? Or- Nope, carry
Okay.
on.
So the project budget, always the fun part, based on methodology used, it's about $966,000. And of course, this is approximate for budget. This isn't, the end of it. So we put together a small Clearwater County main project budget details on page 5. And this is where I was referring to is really all the numbers are whole numbers. But we have gone out and asked, and IBI did ask from Edmonton and Calgary and some Red Deer areas to sort of get a good scope of provincially wide, how much we'd be paying for it. They sort of tried to do that, and we're hoping that with local contractors used or something that we can reduce these costs. So, and then, so basically this is just a rundown on what it works out to. And any questions?
Okay, that was fun, wasn't it?
Yeah, oh, and I guess I gotta say that it's in the approved 2020-25 project, and it was also approved in the 2021 budget.
I did hear you say that it's in the budget already, so
Yeah.
this isn't a bolt-on.
Yeah, exactly.
It fits in the budget so far.
Thank you, Reeve.
So who would like to start? Councillor Lang.
A very easy question to answer. I'm just looking at this list.
Yeah.
Why, like, there's 20,000 for exterior fencing. I don't usually pick apart details, but
Yeah.
why do you need more fencing?
Well, for the fencing, if you know the building at all, there's an existing entrance, and the existing entrance is motorized or electronic. And what we need to do is sort of break that little section off so that the RSPs could come in and not feel that their property would get, do you have the picture up there? Maybe I can. Yeah, one of the pictures. So if you look at the building, and then the south side would be where the doors are by the word plumbing functional requirements. We'd be looking at putting a fence from, I guess, the west corner, east corner, direction, east corner across the front. Like just sort of where Tracy's mouse is, across the front to that, so that no entrance can be gained from our side or their side, so it segregates that. So it's a small little piece of fence that we'd have to put in. I'm sorry for the description, I wish I could write.
There's 2 buildings there.
Maybe Eric.
Mr. Hanson might be better
Yes, he would
able to
be much
describe
better.
that for you, because it looks like he's going to be helping with this
I'd
project.
love to help.
I bet you would.
So, you're absolutely right. So we have the east building and the north building. So with this type of build, we need to isolate the access for this central office or this POP. So that, there'll be the requirement, so the existing yard access comes right beside this north building. We're going to have to actually create another access into the balance of the yard that's gonna come off the south side. So that'll be able to be used by the emergency services staff to access the east building. So there'll be some additional fencing required there. We'll have to put a gate and access on that south side, as well as we're going to have to isolate those 3 bays from the balance of the yard, so that is a secure area. It's not ideal because we are going to be trying to keep those far to west bays as access and use from Public Works and the rest of county staff, and isolate those first 3 bays for use for the ISPs as well as for the functions of the POP.
It's a hard one.
I wish we had a site plan to better illustrate that, and we can certainly provide that. As we provide more details through, we'll be carrying this as a public works project there, and I could provide a site plan kind of showing a little bit more of the outlines and of course the updates as we have been on our other projects.
Councillor Lang.
It's just a comment. Did you get prices on these fencing, like and all this? Like that seems like a pretty expensive fence for a short little distance.
Chain length is about $50 a meter, and another power gate is close to $7,500, so it adds up quickly.
A lot more expensive than farmers' fences, I guess.
It is.
Okay.
Well, different expectation, I suspect. All right. So other questions or comments? Well, it's exciting to see this. Do we have a timeline for completion?
If it gets approved, I've been told now with COVID again, I hate to say it, I feel like I say this all the time now. They're hoping, the last discussion we had was mid-July, would be done, but, with costs and stuff coming in, it's sort of a hard number to nail down, but that's what we're looking for, and that would be favorable for us to go forward with our other projects. So we're really looking at pushing it a little bit with them, so
Okay.
that's as rough, as vague as I can be, sorry about that, Councillor, or Councillor.
No, it's interesting project. I'm sure that Mr. Hanson and your group is really looking forward to getting at it.
Yes.
So, Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Just a little clarification on mid-July, is that ready for something to be moved into this site, or does it become operational?
We would hope, starting to move in and then operational after that.
How long would it take to make this site operational?
Thinking sort of 4 to 6 weeks roughly. To make sense, so that is September-ish. Of course, I'd like it sooner, but
So would we.
so would everybody, so.
Okay, so we're looking for a motion that council directs administration to move forward with the tender offering to renovate bays 1 through 3 of the Emergency Services North Building. Councillor Swanson? Those in favor? That is carried, 7-0. Well, have fun building.
Yeah, now the work starts.
Well, I
Thank you,
think the
Council.
work's just continued.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay,
I think I'm done.
we are at 10:30. Let's take a 10-minute break. Okay. And we're back. We're moving on to 8.1 under Public Works, Solid Waste Recycling Services, Rates and Fees. Mr. Magnus?
Good morning, Reeve Laird, Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, Council. Again, I'm Kurt Magnus, I'm Director of Public Works Operations, and with me today is Reed Williams, Manager of Solid Waste and Recycling. As each of you are well aware, Clearwater County, the town of Rocky Mountain House, and the village of Caroline have mutually agreed that the Rocky Mountain Regional Solid Waste Authority was not meeting the respective needs of each municipality. As a result of this mutually agreed upon decision by all three municipalities in the termination of the Waste Authority Agreement, each municipality has chosen to move forward in the management and operations of solid waste and recycling within their own municipality. As such, Council requested administration to research and provide recommendations to implement rates and fees which would work towards a cost recovery fee schedule pertaining to the solid waste and recycling operation, particularly as it is associated with the regional landfill within Clearwater County. Hence, so as to assist Council in this matter, both Mr. Williams and I have put before you what administration would recommend for applicable rates to the landfill for eventual full cost recovery and fees applicable to our current 10 transfer sites. Excuse me. Furthermore, the following data, which both Reed and I will in a moment speak to, is also being provided to help Council in their decision-making today. They are as follows. First, the attached Clearwater County landfill proposed tipping fees, rates, and estimated costs for 2021 to 2023. 2, current landfill disposal rates of 2020. 3, examples of landfill disposal fees, transfer station fees of 3 adjoining municipalities. These are municipalities who also, like Clearwater County, have their own landfill. So if Reed and I may, we would like to key on some of the significant findings associated with the aforementioned data, which in turn assisted us with developing Schedule A, landfill proposed fees, and Schedule B, transfer station proposed fees, and which hopefully answers some of your already predetermined questions. As an additional piece of item I would like to share with you is we're going to move forward here in a methodical manner over the next month and a little bit, such that our intention today with Council is that you have an opportunity to discuss the fees we've brought before you, knowing that we want to move towards full cost recovery at the landfill and any other fees associated, particularly with the transfer site. With that, come February 9th, we would like to bring forward then a bylaw with the fees attached. And at the very least, what the fees would be for 2021. And I'll get to that in a minute in regards to our request being put forward to Council with fees just looking at 2021. Simply said, we'd like to see how the year pans out and how it unfolds. And we'll provide you some of that background as to why we feel leaving it at 2021 for now in regards to the fee schedule on that bylaw. With that, then, is provide first reading come February 1st on that bylaw, February 23rd, second and third reading, followed by an agenda item concerning the ID tracking cards. And what occurs here today and with that bylaw will help Council and administration in regards to where we want to go with those ID cards. And at that time, we'll bring you some of the logistics associated with that ID card and some of the direction we will need from each of you as a council with regards to the setup of these ID cards. So first and foremost, we would like to all of you to refer to the attached spreadsheet of the landfill proposed tipping fees, rates, and estimated costs for 2021 and 2023. So I'm just going to give you a bit of a big picture here, and again, please feel free to ask questions as we look at this, and after that, I'll I would like to just move into some of the rates that we see other municipalities currently have in place and how those compare to the proposed schedule that we've brought forward to council to reflect upon. So the reason we put together this spreadsheet of the landfill is we wanted to provide council with an idea of what we're looking at moving forward based on historical data. And as all of you are well aware of, Reed is a subject matter expert in regards to this solid waste and recycling and has a pretty good handle, an excellent handle on regards to the operation of solid waste and recycling within Clearwater County and where we could potentially go by 2023 and therefore achieving full cost recovery. So what we did is, if you see in the left bottom corner there, we put a little table there, and that little table provides you a look as to what it costs us historically to run that landfill. Operationally, what does it cost us? We've brought in, it's very simple, labor, maintenance, taking care of the buildings, equipment, etc., along with the reserves, i.e. cell development. We know in 6 to 7 years' time, if we're lucky, maybe possibly 8, we're going to have to put in another cell, along with leachate reserve to manage any unforeseen incidents that might occur with the management of the leachate there. So that's included in there, along with post-closure costs. As all of you are well aware of, that once we close a cell, that doesn't leave us. We need to manage that indefinitely for at least 25 years thereafter. So there you see, just a little over 1.6 million. So knowing this, without, for lack of a better expression, scaring off our residential residents and our commercial clients, we wanted to implement fees in such a way that it's not a big hit all at once. And this is something we did with wastewater as well, with regards to Condor, Leslieville in particular. We wanted to get to full cost recovery there in management of our wastewater operations. So over time, we brought forward a bylaw, and we had 3-year terms attached to it. And that's what we did, just a little bit over time. We got the rates to a point where we are now at full cost recovery in regards to wastewater operations at Leslieville and Condor. And we'll be bringing that forward again next year. And I can tell you right now, for all intents and purposes, we'll probably leave the rates the way they are because we're achieving full cost recovery. And again, being good stewards to our ratepayers, why raise it if we don't have to? So what we've done here, and you can see that it's a gradual increase. $68.25 is the current tipping fee. So that's 2020, as you can see there. And again, if you have any questions pertaining to some of these items there, I will turn that over to Reed and he can expand on some of that. Then we move up to $70 in 2021, $72 in 2022. Again, this is within the region. There's a different cost per ton associated out of region. And then 75 per ton 2023. Out of region, we're going up to the 95, whereby in 2020 we were at 92.50. So very gradual increase. But that would take us to essentially full cost recovery. Now, there are some assumptions being made here, and we did put those down there, as you can see at the bottom, budget assumptions. The crucial one there is about the third one down, and where we make mention of first year of Rocky Mountain House waste diversion program has minimal impact reducing regional landfill tonnage. And that's why I go back to allowing the year to play itself out. We know the town of Rocky Mountain House is moving towards diversion. They continually provide that communication to the residents, and both on their websites and such. So that will play a large part as to the tonnage we're going to see this year. So the assumption's being made that the impact here will be minimal, but again, the caveat is we'll see where that goes okay? Because it all does come down to tonnage, how much tonnage that landfill receives, and of course, that's directly associated with the tipping fee. So there's one assumption there. Any questions to this point in regards to that spreadsheet?
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
Yeah, just reiterate, would you please, the volume or the weight coming from Rocky Mountain House relative to the past year in 2020 is going to be what? Or 2021, I mean, in 2021, what is it going to be relative to the past year?
Councillor Vandermeer, what we're anticipating, it depends on the level of diversion services for waste that happens in the town of Rocky Mountain House in 2021. Our understanding is they're looking at an organics cart, which is supposed to be implemented sometime in spring, likely April. We know from the residential collection that historically when regional waste did it, we're looking around 1,200 tons from the residential collection. If we make the assumption that organics will be 50% of that waste stream eventually, that is an Alberta average as well. If that's the case, you'd look at probably a direct loss of 600 tons if that was to maximize, okay? If you implement it towards the businesses and different things in subsequent years, if there's policy or if there's bylaws stating, you know, a business may need a second bin or different things within their municipality, then you could see, you know, upwards over time. Based on restaurants, we're thinking about 1,500 possibly. And again, that's based on rough numbers at this time. They're not, but that would be my estimate as far as if you were full diversion. Now, obviously, by sending it out, you lose your tipping fee at the Clearwater County. However, that still has to be taken down somewhere at a further transport cost, and it should be somewhat comparable, I would say, on the waste diversion dollars. So it just depends on what your policies are and what your intent is.
Okay. Other questions? Councillor Swanson?
Just for clarification, I need an acronym. Just ADC, what does that mean?
Alternate daily cover.
Thank you.
So that would be your, just for clarification purposes, and by all means, please step in here, is that that is typically the contaminated cover that we can receive as a Class 2 landfill from oil field and such, and they bring it in, and then we use that to help us in essentially covering up the garbage. Yep.
Okay, I have Ms. Shurhan and Councillor Duncan. And then I'll come back to Councillor Lang.
Kurt, I just have one question about the coming up to cost recovery. If you're in cost recovery in 2022, that would be if your costs remain the same as what you're anticipating in 2021, right? No, there's no increase. Like if there's an increase in fuel or an increase in any of the costs of doing business, that would not be included to being in full cost recovery by 2023, or?
I'll turn that over to Reed.
Okay.
Yeah, just press it.
Sorry. Just regarding that, we anticipate with the landfill operational costs, you know, we feel we can monitor and budget a 1% to 2% based on labor, fuel, those type of things. Our big variable and our unknown that creates a variable for us is managing industrial leachate. So that's a significant percentage of the cost. So this is ongoing where we continue to, you know, look at ways to improve and reduce the leachate generated from those formerly closed cells. By doing so, that will significantly reduce our operating expense. So the ones that are manageable on a year-to-year basis, we believe labor, equipment, we can budget those things. We have fleet, we have good intel on that. The variable we have that seems to be based on precipitation, weather, Mother Nature is our industrial leachate. That's the one that creates the problem for us operationally.
Okay, Councillor Duncan?
My question is along a similar vein, is that if there is a reduction in the tonnage of waste coming in from the town of Rocky as they move to more diversion, does your model here reflect that the cells would last for more years? And, you know, would that potentially change the capital reserves that need to be put in each year?
That's a good point, Councillor Duncan. Yes, our model basically says it's $3 million every 7 years to build a landfill cell. That number is approximately $430,000 per year. We know of last build, we were less than that. We're probably about 2.6. So as we move forward into that 7-year term, if we extend life, that can adjust on a year-to-year basis based on our needs. And we'd be able to adjust on that. The last cell we did obviously had the benefit of a grant. Our concern is 7 years from now or whatever, there may not be a grant available. And we're not sure really basically that far out what our cell development costs would be based on the construction and engineering, and if there's any changes to the operating approval.
Okay.
Thank you. So my next question was going to be about the grants too, that we don't know that, so thank you for that.
Councillor Lang?
There's kind of two things I want to talk about. One is this cost recovery. I think a lot of our public knows that we've lost Trevita, and so the costs to operate out there have gone up. But I think it would maybe help if an educational piece was put out there, and so, because we used to bring in a lot of revenue per year from Trevita. I can't remember what that was. Do you have any idea?
Now, again, this is a reminder to council, I believe it was 2015, 2016 that Trevita last played a part. So it's been quite a while. We're coming on 5 to 6 years in regards to that and the revenue from there. So from that point on, it's been basically put upon the 3 municipalities to make up that difference. Henceforth, why, for those who were involved with the Waste Authority Board, you saw that's a pretty well substantial increase associated with regards to requisition to each of the municipalities because we lost that revenue. And I believe it was what?
It's right there.
Yeah.
Audited statement.
Just a little over 4.2 million we received from Trevita in the last one being 2015. Yeah, it was, what was it?
Those are the last 13 and 15, right there, those 3 years.
Yeah.
The red.
Yeah, so from Trevita, we had, so it was just a little over, under 2 million in 2013, 2.2 million in 2014, and the last year, where Trevita was able to provide us with some revenue, was just a little over 1 million in 2015. Thank you, Reed.
So it ranged basically from 1 million to 2.5 million.
Yeah, exactly. And then again, as of 2016, that's when it ended. So 2015 was the last year that any revenue was received from Trevita.
And that's good to pass on to the residents so they understand why we have to up the price for cost recovery. So Kurt, you mentioned something else here that kind of just hit me here. On here, it says that it's an assumption that the diversion program will have minimal impact on reducing regional landfill tonnage because of the diversion program. So what I'm understanding, we've all been involved in diversion, the county and the town, and my understanding is that there's going to be one additional diversion stream, and that's with the organics from the town. So that will be one diversion stream they'll have that we won't have. Is that correct?
I'll comment, then Reed can afterwards. So with regards to the organics, we can't take the organics at the landfill, right? So they'll have to ship that somewhere else. And as to where they choose to go, I mean, ultimately that's up to the town of Rocky Mountain House. So we've never accepted organics that in and of itself is an entirely different, for lack of a better expression, ball game. If you want to establish that at the landfill, that's a substantial capital contribution in regards to handling that. So the organics have not and cannot go to our landfill. Now, with regards to the rest of the solid waste, again, the town, through their current ecosystem or eco center and whatever else programs they want to implement, they want to divert as much solid waste as possible to the landfill, that it doesn't end up in the landfill. So that's where we're going with there, is that with this proposal we put forward here is that we're anticipating potentially a minimal impact to what goes to the landfill from the town of Rocky Mountain House. There might, and as Reed pointed out, it could be up to 1,500 tons that we could potentially lose, depending upon their diversion program.
So based on what I'm reading, the spreadsheet and what you've said, it looks like and correct me if I'm wrong, the average tons per year is just over 34,000 that's taken in, and the diversion with organics will maybe be about 600 tons. Is that right so far?
Again, just as a reminder, the organics do not come to our landfill.
Yeah.
So they play no part, okay?
Right.
Yep.
So
let's
maybe
say-
I'm not, but I
let's
just
just
did the
say-
math
yeah.
and that works out to
Yeah, let's say.
less than
if-
2% diversion. Is this correct, or do I
Potentially,
do
yeah.
my math wrong?
Yeah, you could, I mean, that's going to be determined over the next year
Yeah.
here, is to see where their diversion goes.
I'm just, I just like quickly did the math now. I'm surprised. I would have thought it would be like 20, 30%. So anyways, thank you.
Well, there's time to figure that out, and as time goes, we'll see how successful the program is, and we wish them well with it, because of course, that's good environmental stewardship. Ms. Sharan?
I just want to make a clarification on the Tervita revenues in the past. So the reason that those revenues were so high was because they had to pay for Clearwater County to take over that site and look after that site until it is, that cell is closed, or the entire landfill is closed. So some of those revenues were used to offset operating costs and not put away for the reclamation of that oil field waste. So, you know, there's a little bit of clarification there in that it wasn't just extra revenue that was coming in. Tervita was paying for dumping their stuff in that cell. So.
That's a good point. Other questions or comments? Councillor Duncan?
And I think also the management of the leachate is still our obligation for that as well. So that's, we have to build that in, and I don't think we were as prudent back in the day in setting aside some of those income funds from Tervita to be as a reserve for leachate. I'm not sure what we did, but it wasn't as much as we probably should have, so.
Okay, and it's a good point. We all, as a region, all three municipalities benefited from that, and that's something we'll have to work out as we move forward in our discussions with our partners. I have a question, just sort of related but not related. What is the average household tonnage per year?
Reed?
It's a variable. We base it on the Canadian averages. It's, if you look at the Alberta average, it's essentially 1,004 kgs per person per year. Okay, that is the number. So one metric ton to make it easy. We're 1 to 1. Probably as a region, I would say we're a little over 900. But again, the Alberta average is 1,000 kgs, 1,004 kgs per person, okay? So if you base it on that metric, you're looking at approximately 57 to 60 kgs of household waste per week. And depending, a lot of them are 2 households in Clearwater, 2, 3. So we try to do a rounded number in that range of about. Our experience here with limited data, as we go with more ID system and tracking, we're looking at some of the push pit transfer stations averages higher, about 989 kgs per stop. Okay, that's a rough estimate based on the haul loads and users that come in on a daily basis. So it's a sample. That would be where we range.
Well, thank you. I'm wondering also historically, what was the percentage use by, and I understand that we all paid for what we used over the years, so there's probably percentages involved in this. What was the percentage that we used, the town used, and the village? Just ballpark averages. I recognize it would fluctuate a little bit.
The rationale where we had what was generated in a municipal region would be on a per capita basis a little higher in Rocky Mountain House, and the rationale there is they have the commercial waste.
Oh, okay.
So any commercial waste, that's why typically the requisition was larger based on the residential collection, based on anything generated in Rocky Mountain House was commercial or residential was billed to the town of Rocky Mountain House, which they would forward other charges or whatever they used. The biggest change or the biggest difference from Clearwater to Rocky would be the number of commercial customers in prime time when restaurants, those type of activities are going on. So usually high density populations generate a little bit more waste.
Okay, and do we have approximate percentages that we'd be able to, for all 3 municipalities? Or is that something that's, you're not able to give us today?
I can give you a very ballpark, and we will present something through with Kurt and them. So you'd be looking at approximately about 42% town of Rocky. Okay, and then the remainder, the largest part, Caroline was basically very low. Caroline probably, I would say, is about 400 tons per year. That is based on their commercial collection, their residential collection, and their portion of 25% at the rural transfer station, based on population.
And the remainder is us. No, I appreciate it. It just sort of gives me an idea of where this tonnage is all coming from. Other questions or comments from council? Oh, Councillor Lang.
So we all know that we're going to a push pit for what's it called, North Central Station, or New Central Station. So Reed, I know you've got an awful lot of experience, and I've heard rumors, and I don't know if it's true, that push pits are less expensive to operate as compared to what the transistor? That's what
Transtors.
Transtor. I knew I was wrong there. Is that true?
I can start that discussion and answer some of that, Councillor Lang. So just for clarification purpose, our temporary interim central station right now will not have a push pit. They'll just have 5 bins in essence, roll-offs. So 3 of those roll-offs will be for bagged garbage, 1 will be for mixed paper, and then the other one for cardboard. Okay. Our intention moving forward is in the near future here, and obviously council will be kept in the loop in regards to this, and you'll be involved obviously in the decision making here, is to put together a solid waste recycling management plan. So our intention then is to reach out to a number of firms and to see what they can offer us, but with the goal being to look at our entire operations and find the inefficiencies, the efficiencies, and what it is that we need to do to, in essence, be good stewards to our ratepayers. So where I'm going with that, Councillor Lang, is obviously to look at the central station, transfer station, and where that potentially needs to go, and with that, what type of facility we'll need there. We are wanting to move away from TransStores and go back to the push pits. A TransStore, many mechanical moving parts, and they do require maintenance, ongoing maintenance. They are a challenge. Push pits aren't. They're very simple. Keep it simple and sweet. Back in, unload. We have a Bobcat, and just gather it up, goes on to our another roll-off, and we haul that to the landfill. Again, once the study is done, that will help us with what it is we need to do and the type of infrastructure we need to put in place. And we'll obviously bring those recommendations forward to council and what that will entail. Will that entail continuing with push pits? Is there something else out there that we could potentially utilize to maximize our operations and keep the costs down?
Okay, other questions or comments?
Okay, so
Okay. Councillor Hoven?
Back to the chart, yard waste is 1,250 tons per year. What happens to that? Is that just put in the landfill? Or is that shredded and then used as the cover for the pile?
Councillor Hoven, good question. The yard waste, typically our large volume yard waste comes from the Rocky Transfer Station. Okay. That's usually bulkier materials. We've taken everything there from grass clippings to small branches to leaves. My understanding that'll be, some of the smaller items will be placed in the compost cart for the town of Rocky Mountain House. We would venture to say that, there was probably a little higher use from the town of Rocky. The larger pieces that were transported go to an area at the landfill, which we do mulch. That mulched material, we incorporate into our topsoil piles for soil amendment for future use. So it doesn't go into airspace.
Okay. And then the metal with 900 tons per year, says there's a cost to drop that off at $68.25 per year. How much of that metal is recyclable, or is that the only unrecyclable metal that ends up at the landfill?
Those metal quantities are what we're transporting to the landfill. I would guesstimate that we're looking at a 50-50 split from rural and the town of Rocky. Okay. They're predominantly what we call white goods or appliances. Those materials are consolidated at the landfill. Then we have a contractor come in at a time when when we go out to RFP, will be a favorable price per ton, so we can maximize the revenue from that. And then that revenue goes back into the system.
So how much revenue have we gotten in the past per ton on those metals? Do you happen to know that number?
Yes. We were paid $70 per metric ton for those metals the last times we've done it.
Okay. Thank you.
So just continuing to move forward here. So what we've also done is put a table into the agenda item that provides council with what the current, as of 2020, landfill disposal fees are, and this was the fees as established by the Waste Authority at the time. So it gives you a bit of a baseline as to the waste type and the fees associated with it. So that was our starting point there, and then as I had mentioned, we researched 3 surrounding municipalities. In essence, was 3 surrounding municipalities that we brought into this agenda item. And what we did is looked at only those municipalities that have their own landfill as well, because we wanted to keep it apples to apples, okay, in essence. And so you'll see there the 3 municipalities, one being the Drayton Valley, Brazeau County, and the fees, and you can see where their charges go to, okay, in regards to the waste type. Also Mountain View, Didsbury, Alberta, and then finally Yellowhead County as well. So as you can see, how they go about and what they base their fees on is slightly different from each. So we took that and wanted to be somewhat comparable. As you know, we were finding residents from Mountain View coming into Clearwater County, particularly the Crammon site, and disposing of their waste there. Obviously, we didn't have any fees at the time. So just to be comparable, and through that, we then established what you see as Schedule A and Schedule B. A being the Clearwater County landfill proposed fees. We put both 21 and 22 in there just for discussion purposes, and we also did Schedule B being the transfer station proposed fees, again, 2021, 2022, and what that would look like. Again, we leave it to council in regards to how far they want to go into the years in establishing the fees, if this is acceptable, is there anything you want to change, you want to raise it, lower it, your input is greatly valued. And, but at the very least, we're looking at 2021, and our recommendations allow the year to settle out and see what kind of tonnages we're getting and where we could potentially be heading. And then in 2022, we would bring the bylaw back to you again with potentially a 3-year plan of what we could see for rates and fees, with the ultimate goal of being full cost recovery at the landfill.
All right, Councillor Hoven, do you have another question?
Not at this time.
Councillor Lang.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to kind of watch this settle out before we go too far into the future, but I do have a question. So for 2020, I'm just gonna pick residential, for example, $68.25. How long has this price been set? How long has it been at this?
From our recollection, it's been at 68.25 till at least
April 2016. It went from
okay, April 2016. Yeah, it's been set at that rate, so it has not changed since
So
2005.
for 4 years, and we lost the Trevita, 5, and we lost the Trevita revenue without going up, yeah. Okay, thank you.
All right. Lots of very informative discussion this morning. Thank you for providing that. It does paint a much clearer picture, not only for us, but I'm sure any of our residents who decide to live stream with us or look it up later. So that's very good information. I appreciate you taking a moment to go down a few rabbit holes while we clarify
quite
some
all right.
stuff. And I think it's very appropriate to let it settle out as well. I think that there's a lot of moving parts here, so it's appropriate to look for the most efficiencies and reconsider where we are in a year from now to see how it all impacts. So that being said, we're looking for somebody to move the staff recommendation you'll see on page 82 of 103. Councillor Lang, you would make that motion as it's shown there? Okay. Any questions or comments? Seeing, Councillor Hoven.
So on Schedule B. The 2021 regional fees, residential waste, household waste, $5 minimum. So how does administration see that being carried out for residential waste? And then pickup in trailers less than 8 feet, $17.50. Pickup in trailers are less than 20 feet, $35. What is the process, or is that still all in the works?
Do you want to answer that?
The process for the waste identification cards tracking will still be in the works through administration. We are still in the process of formulating it. The numbers there basically are saying a $5 minimum. If you're estimating that people come in 65–70% of the time with less than 100 kgs, an average of 57, that basically equates to that $4 or $5 or that percentage of a $70 tipping fee. Okay? So what we're trying to do is the smaller vehicles, the people that come weekly, those are not the higher charges. We also understand someone from the county may come in with a large trailer that's a quarter full. We would not be charging for a full trailer, okay? It's basically to try to, if we have a renovation job that fills a large trailer and a pickup, we would base that on, that's likely 500 kgs, a half of a ton. So it'd be basically correlate to what our landfill tipping fees are. There are some operational challenges if you take a lot of big loads, therefore it does up your operational cost, just because whether it's volume or weight, you need more services to service that site.
Well, I look forward to seeing the process for our residents, as I have received a few phone calls and messages about an additional cost in what could be tough economic times, so.
And again, this is why we're bringing this forward. If, by all means, for council's direction, if we want to eliminate that $5 minimum, person walks in there and they're carrying, an armful of a couple bags of garbage in each arm, that's the $5. So they present their card, and again, just to give a little bit of insight into where we're potentially heading with these cards is every resident in Clearwater County, as per the tax roll, the household will receive a card. And again, we'll bring an agenda item forward in regards to the ID card tracking system for council's discussion on the credit we essentially want to put on each. Our intent is that the year goes by and no one gets to a point where they use everything, okay? And we're gonna look at research, household average, et cetera. How about the family that has a family of 12, as compared to a family of 3, and so on. It has to be fair. So again, if the individual comes in and they're carrying a couple bags of garbage and they drop it off, right now, that off their card comes $5, okay, every time. And again, we put it to council, is this something you want to see, or do you want to eliminate that completely? Do you want to take that out, that $5 minimum? And that's ultimately up to council's direction. So that's why we put these before that, if you feel that is acceptable. Because moving forward, once this motion is made, we will come forward with a bylaw on February 9th with these fees as set out for 2021.
Okay. Well, we likely need to have some minimums. We know that we're not the only ones utilizing these various sites. I think that'll be opportunity through the process of February and the bylaw and the card system to get more understanding of how this is going to work like a preloaded credit card. And recognizing bags of feathers and bags of bricks are different things. So we've got a little bit more detail to come in February, I would say. Councillor Lang.
It's just a comment. I think it's all going to work out, but we have to recognize that some of our rural folks, they'll fill up a horse trailer, or like I know myself, my husband built kind of a bin for garbage, and it looks like a commercial bin, but it's all farm residential, and so we just throw our bags in that, and he hauls it out to the landfill, 3-4 times till I harp at him, but it certainly doesn't come in every week like a lot of the urban folks would. So I just don't want seeing our rurals get penalized with large loads, because they're really not bringing any more. They're just bringing it less frequently.
Food for thought as you work through February's information item that you'll be bringing back for decision. Okay, we have, Councillor Lang has put a motion on the table. Any other questions or comments? Those in favor? That is carried 7-0. Thank you again for all your information on that.
Thank you very much.
That brings us to 9.1, policy amendment, respectful workplace policy. Always a good thing to have. Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Reeve and Council. So we've had an interesting process occur with us. Municipalities came under the auspices of the Provincial Ombudsman in 2018. And in 2019, we received a call from the Provincial Ombudsman's office. It actually went to Mr. Emmons, that they had received a complaint from one of our employees with respect to discipline that he had received. And that sort of opened up the door to the Ombudsman's office poring over our policy and procedures in some detail. One of the things that had been proposed for clarity and transparency is for our employees to recognize that their behavior at work matters and it could be the subject of discipline. So that's the change that's made to the respectful workplace policy itself, highlighted in red under the policy statement. In the interim, we have taken the items that the Ombudsman's office has identified to us, and we've subsequently made amendments to our administrative procedures. So this is the last item outstanding in order to finish that loop to the Ombudsman and compliance.
Okay, so we're just ensuring that we're following up on recommendations. It seems pretty straightforward. Any questions or comments with regard to this? Okay, seeing none, I'm looking for somebody to make the motion that council considers approval of amendment to the employment policy HR 1005, respectful workplace. Councillor Duncan? Those in favor? That's carried. There we go. Just needed to give that a little tweaking.
Thanks.
That brings us to reports. Recognizing that we have got a fairly tight timeline today, we go into 10.1, and perhaps we'll let you get started, but there might be just highlights after point 1. Mr. Emmons.
In the essence of time, with council's permission, I'm not going to go through the CAO report. It is before you. Just a couple of things of note. I wouldn't mind bringing council's attention to the one in particular, and that is thanking the WUI team for their contribution to the community, and that is Jared Oppendries, Mike Vig, and Daniel Sweeting. We truly appreciate that program and the efforts they brought forward. The other one that was not included in the CAO report that was of note was also the coal discussion that's currently happening at a provincial level. Just want to make mention of that. I'm sure with Minister Nixon's conference call with council last night, that'll be in one of the council reports for an update as well. So I'll leave it at that if council has any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Emmons?
So Mr. Emmons, I have been asked a lot from my residents in the West Country to bring this coal discussion to council agenda. And it's not only folks from the West Country, I'm getting calls from all over. It looks like the public is looking to us to see where we stand with it, where we are. And so I had, my replies are that I would ask for it to come back. So I'm not sure how this should work, if it should come back at a next agenda, or if we should have a workshop, maybe there'll be more information. So can I'm not sure if I should just leave that with you or see what you suggest.
Mr. Emmons?
I would leave that at council's discretion. You know, Clearwater County is very cognizant of the emails and the public consultation we've had, the concerns that have come in. I know it's important to this council and this administration as well, with the efforts and the dollars that have gone into the development of Nordic, recognizing the long-term plan for Nordic and any provincial decisions that could positively or negatively impact that. In item number 3 on the CAO report, we do talk about the meeting with Minister Nixon and the public concerns with the environmental impacts of coal. Minister Nixon was quite clear, but again, I will leave that up to the council updates to go through the conversation you had as a council with Minister Nixon. But if at the end, if council would like an agenda forward, I would look for a notice of motion and administration would follow up on that. Otherwise, if council was satisfied with the conversation last night, and go forward at that, I would just look for council for that direction.
Okay. Are there other questions or comments for our CAO? That being said, I'm going to bring us back to point number 1. I want to congratulate Councillor Duncan and Deputy Reeve Vandermeer on behalf of rural municipalities of Alberta. I have 2 long service awards here, both for 9 years. We know it's over that, but it's with a letter of congratulations from the President, Paul McLaughlin, on your years of service to not only our community, but to Alberta. Now, I know we're doing distancey things. Now, can we take a photo perhaps? Maybe just so we don't have this. And then I'm gonna, maybe Jim, if we can kind of somehow social distance this one. Okay, and I'll be in the middle somehow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, again, congratulations. I know that you've worked hard for our community over the years and for the association in various capacities. So congratulations. Normally, we would shake hands and do all kinds of things and high fives, but we're precluded from that at this moment. If that's everything for the CAO's report, that brings us to 10.2, the Public Works Report. If you have any questions for Mr. Magnus, he's here to answer them if you've got any. Well, I'll lead off. I know we already quizzed you a little bit with regard to partway through, you've got the Rocky Mountain Regional Solid Waste Authority, and there's a little bit about the temporary site that's being constructed north of town. We recognize that given the conversation, you're working through a process over the next year to see where is the most appropriate place. That's why it's temporary, to get some patterns and understand how we're going to function moving forward. And those efficiencies. One of the questions I have is there's a number of recycling opportunities where we currently are. Are we looking to expand what our temporary one? You said something about cardboard and paper. I'm thinking about electronics, glass, tin, perhaps other items. I'm looking forward to just a little more detail on that. Mr. Magnus?
Yes, you're absolutely correct. And again, our intention is not to not provide those opportunities to recycle those materials. There are a number of transfer stations that continue to take that, and My apologies, I don't have that memorized in my head in regards to each of the transfer sites and what they have the ability to take. With regards to interim central transfer station, for now, the reason we went with cardboard and mixed papers, that predominantly is what is recycled at home. And we found just again through historically and the expertise of Reed and having been in that industry for a very long time, that we find that those are the two main items that are recyclable that people seem to bring in predominantly. So that's what we started with. Because it's an interim, our intention was to first bring forward and to council a recommendation once the study's been done that will look into all of that. The ability to recycle glass, etc., and where that would be most appropriate. Is that appropriate for every transfer station, or do we move forward with a potential hub where the recyclable materials are all taken and so on? So that's where this study will focus on, to really maximize the efficiencies, which would include recyclables, everything from glass to your TVs and so on, where potentially that should go. Long and short of it is the central station, wherever that may end up being, that may also have the ability to carry and handle all the recyclables that the Rocky Transfer Station currently saw coming in.
Okay, and thank you for clarifying. I recognize that there's some confusion in the community, and I think the more clarifications we can provide, the more folks will understand that we've got a transitional period here for a bit of time. So is there other questions or comments with regard to the Public Works report? It's a quiet group. I do have one then with regard to the Leslieville Public Services Building. Do we have an estimated completion date and move-in date?
Do you have an update? No. I don't have a current update. The last I heard was, again, end of February, unless Mr. Emmons has heard otherwise from our counterpart, my counterpart, Eric Hansen.
I guess we should have caught him this morning. That's okay. It's something I can ask. Send him an email. Other questions or comments? Okay. Seeing none, what's going quickly? We're then on to council reports, councillor reports. I'm going to start with Councillor Duncan.
Thank you. I'll be brief on a couple items. Clearwater Trails Initiative has completed our Phase 1 trail in the Meadows area, which was 13 kilometers of trail, and which included 2 bridges. We did install a 3rd bridge. It was outside of our current project area, but as anticipated, that bridge will mesh with another trail in the future out there. It's actually, that bridge is on an old Clearwater County road allowance, so it's done really under Clearwater County as opposed to under the Trails project for CTI. We will meet with Alberta Environment Parks to debrief over the winter here, wrap things up. We will have some deficiencies next spring, some signage to put in, and a kiosk with some informational signage on that as well to do that. I did attend an online presentation by Alberta Health Services on virtual healthcare, which was quite informative a week or 2 ago. I believe Councillor Laird may have been on that one as well.
I was.
And it showed that the uptake and the technology advancements for virtual health have really accelerated during the COVID times, and I think it's going to be positive in terms of people accessing their healthcare more online if they can. There were some, not complaints, but some comments that broadband services in rural Alberta does affect the delivery of this as well. Last week was on Thursday was our annual ASB Provincial Conference that Councillor Lougheed and I attended virtually. The usual gamut of informative presentations and a resolution session. The typical one on strychnine being available for gopher poisoning comes back every year or two because the federal government would like to really deregulate that and take it off the books, but there's been really no more effective way found especially in areas with large populations. We don't use very little, if any, of it in Clearwater County. We've actually moved away from it years ago, but do still recognize that it is a valuable tool in those areas that are heavily infested with gophers. Also attended the first open house last night for the virtual open house for the MDP review, and approximately 38 participants were there, as well as a number of us counselors. And I just maybe have a question for council administration on that, is that would staff be looking for any feedback from counselors on how that went as these open houses progress? My example would be there were some questions on the nodes out west, on the Saunders-Alexo node, that we were maybe not well enough prepared to answer, that if there's some feedback that staff would like. And I'm not looking for answers back to us, I'm just looking to provide some feedback to them as they move into the next open houses, and some, in anticipation of that similar questions may be asked there.
Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Councillor Duncan. If there were some specific points that resonate with you as area councillor or as council as a whole, we would definitely welcome that feedback. But please don't feel it's on you or council to do so. That is why staff is attending as well. They will be taking notes on the points given and the comments made. But if you feel there is something you want to highlight, we would welcome that feedback as well.
Okay. Thank you. I'll probably submit a couple comments. And another example I would give, I don't think it was made clear to people, that there is a public hearing component to this as well, which is another place that the public can participate. They're asking for more participation in this, but that is an upcoming public hearing at some point during our MDP process. And that's my report, unless there's any questions.
Any questions? Oh, you got off lucky there. Councillor Lougheed.
Sure, I can report on some of my activities. January 13th, attended the Health Professionals Group meeting via Zoom. I can report that I think we have 11 total doctors in the region with 9.5 full-time equivalency there. And there's 3 prospective doctors looking at joining our community in the healthcare thing. Also, I think their terms of reference is approved now, and the transition from being from a commission or a group to actively being managed by the Chamber of Commerce, and I'm sure Reeve Laird could fill you in too more with some of the details there, but that's well underway. And yeah, I think from that, and then also, as Councillor Duncan mentioned, the ASB conference on January the 21st, quite a number of topics ranging from club route to a BSE challenge for class action. So trying to update the province with some of the activities in agriculture. And I think really the only budget implication I saw here is there was a potential for a $375 per ASB fee, a new fee. It could be viewed as a download, but ultimately they were wanting to prepare the ASBs that there could be a small fee charged to each ASB. And that's about it for me.
Oh, Councillor Duncan?
Yes, and I can just, that's pertaining to that provincial ASB committee that I used to sit on. So that committee needs an executive person to help out with all the tasks that they do. So that was covered by a grant by the province, which has run out and likely not to be renewed, although the ask has been made. But it's $375 over 69 ASBs across the province will provide sufficient funds for that in the next year. It will go up eventually to maybe $500 or $600 a year, but it's still, I think, value for the dollar. The ASBs soundly approved that amongst themselves, and I'm sure Matt will cover it in his next budget.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Not much to report. Certainly, like other councillors, I'm getting calls relative to the MDP and attended the session last evening. So I'm looking forward to more of those sessions and seeing where that process goes. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Going over to Councillor Lang.
So I guess I'm going to give a bit of report based on what we heard from Jason. Nixon, Minister of Environment and Parks, and Deputy Minister Bevier last night. And with that, I'm going to ask for a notice of motion. So we did hear from the Minister and Deputy Minister that I think I've recorded some of this word for word, that there's no changes when it comes to coal. The laws are significantly stronger than what they were in 1976. And there's a strong regulatory process. The province is getting a lot of calls, and there's a lot of untruths and rumors, it seems. The deputy minister, she had basically said in 1976 there was no Land Stewardship Act, no Protection Enhancement Act, did not have a Water Act in 1976, and that we're better able to understand the land, and the environmental protection is far more robust today. And so it was really good hearing from them and sort of learning where the province is at and learning about these regulatory processes. However, I've been asked for our council to take a stand on whether we are for basically open pit mining. You know, some people want to have the 1976 coal mining policy that was rescinded brought back. The main change in it, there's always been in the Eastern Slopes was Category 2, and underground mining was allowed, but the big change is this surface mining. And so anyways, with that, there's been lots of applications that have come forward. There was 3 in December. We did hear that 11 applications were rescinded or thrown out. And I've done a bit of research, and those 11 applications, there was a bit of confusion if that was in our backyard or if it was down south. They are down south, and 11 applications sounds like a lot, but it's only 0.2% of all the leases out there. So it's not a lot. Valerie, I'm hearing confusion whether it's going to be open pit or underground. I'm hearing both. 16,000 hectares. I converted it so that us farmers can understand how much that means. With that one company, that's 247 quarter sections. That's just one company. And the 3 companies that came out in December are not Valerie. They're other ones. So I'm thinking, I've been asked to bring it forward. Nordegg is, we're trying to grow Nordegg. We've invested millions. We've heard last night on the MDP review, there's people voice letters of concerns because we're trying to grow tourism. Is tourism and open pit mining going to work together? We probably have our own opinions about that. I certainly have mine. Anyways, with that, I'd like to ask for notice of motion to come forward.
We can when we get to the notice of motion.
I can't do that right now?
Can you hold off to point 12?
Yeah, I can hold off, okay.
Thank you.
That's my report.
So you can formulate your notice of motion. It gives you a little bit of time. All right, Councillor Hoven.
Anything I was going to report has already been mentioned. Other than that, it's been a pretty uneventful last 2 weeks.
Councillor Swanson.
We all know who people have to start calling. Anyways. I want to go back. I listened to the ATB Alberta Economy Update for 2021 with Todd Hirsch. It was online. He said predictions are useless, but predicting is indispensable. I thought that was a pretty good quote. His forecast in regards, and I'm just going to boil it down to the 3 growth areas that he was identified for Alberta, and that was technology in the digital sector, which has already been going great guns in Calgary and Edmonton. Second was agriculture and agri-foods, especially on the value-added side of things. And the third area was in renewable clean energies. And he said it's been a misplaced criticism in that regards. That was I'll just say the final highlights. Last Thursday, I skipped out on the Rimby Synergy Group to chime in on the Red Deer River Municipal Users Group because Deputy Minister Bevy was presenting at the same time. So I have forwarded to the rest of council the notes from that meeting and the video clip because she did allow us to, the municipal group to videotape her presentation and the Q&A, and I have forwarded to the rest of council for that. Other than that, it's been, yes, I'll say between the MDP review comments that I've been taking and the coal mine as well, comments on that. That's been all I have to report.
Okay, thank you. That brings it to me. Most of these have already been covered. The health professionals, which used to be the physician recruitment. Councillor Lougheed covered off. We did, Councillor Duncan and I participated in the AHS virtual health program. And again, I think that's been well covered off already. On January 18th, participated in a live streaming of, with regard to getting our regional study going with Deputy Reeve Vandermeer. And we'll soon be starting to see that study information come into public domain for feedback and engagement. Further along, I participated in a meeting with Rocky Senior Housing. Most significant government concern we currently have is support for COVID funding for the facilities, and it looks like it will continue on for a bit more, which you'll note that we had that request come in on December 4th from the letter to have a support letter. And 11.2 is a joint support letter from the town, the county, and the village as a partnership that we all signed off on. So that is done. Then I participated also with the Critical Incident Stress Foundation. It's now went from being just Alberta to Canada. It is considered the premier group that does that. So we'll see that continue to grow and evolve for first responders and PTSD. I also participated in a fire, Safety Codes Fire Sub-Council meeting. Of note, there is changes to the National Building Code that is going to try to incorporate farm buildings. Now, there is a farm building code, and there's much work to better understand this, and I'm watching this quite closely on behalf of rural municipalities of Alberta, because I think it could have a significant interest to our group, to rural municipalities and farmers in particular. What is coming to light is we're getting more commercial type businesses on farms, and it's managing what that commercial building looks like and how to address it in the code. So that's still to come, so we'll be watching that one. Again, sat in with Minister Nixon with regard to the West Country and land environment with the rest of council last night. Councillor Lang covered it very well. And it looks like we'll be having a notice of motion in a moment. And then last night I did sit in the MDP at a virtual open house when I asked staff about having 38 people. And of course, a number of them are staff, a number of them are council. They said that it was the equivalent of about the same amount of people that would have attended back in 2010 to the open houses. So we're off to a good start. I'm hearing, as did Councillor Duncan, that the participants still were creatures of habit. We do want to still have some of the old in-person open houses. I can appreciate that, especially given the challenges around meeting right now. I get that we're going to move to that, but especially with not everybody has a computer, not everybody has good good internet service. So we certainly discovered that last night with our own staff. As I watched Mr. Emmons nodding his head, he was impacted by that. So we can see the value. That is my report. Any questions? I see Councillor Duncan has his light on.
And sorry, Reeve, not for you. I just wanted to clarify with Councillor Lang on her report.
Okay.
You mentioned, Councillor Lang, I think was it Valerie you were equating to a lease of 247 quarter sections?
It said 16,000 hectares.
So that is their lease, that's not an application moving forward for a coal mine, is it not? It's not.
They have lease on that amount.
Lease on that.
I think that's not what I said. I apologize.
Okay, so that brings us to the end of our reports. I'm looking for a motion to accept the reports as presented. Councillor Lougheed? Do you have a question, Councillor Lang?
No.
Those in favor? That is carried. All right, that then brings us to the correspondence. I already spoke to 11.1 and 11.2 with regard to senior housing. 11.3 is available, and it has a discussion with regard to transition of EMS dispatching to their central locations for AHS. 11.4 is the RCMP letter. Then we have 11.5, it's support for Ferrier Community Association. 11.6 is the Rocky Football Association grant application. 11.7, that has to do with our strategic planning, and it's being redacted. And then we have 11.8, and that's my response to 11.7, the town's letter. And short and sweet, saying that we're looking forward to stronger together initiatives as we move forward. That then brings us to point number 12. Just point of information, do we need a motion to accept the correspondence? So we need a motion to accept the correspondence as presented. Councillor Swanson, those in favor? That is carried. That brings us to the notice of motion. I recognize that Councillor Lang had indicated she may have one. Councillor Lang.
Well, I kind of wrote it up on the fly here, so I'd like to bring a notice of motion forward that this council formulate a letter to the provincial government regarding this council's position of supporting or not supporting open pit coal mining in our eastern slopes in what was previously identified as Category 2 land.
Okay, other questions, comments, thoughts that will help staff put together an agenda item for us to have at a future council? From my perspective, I think it's important that we understand how the policy and the new regulations that Councillor Lang provided in her discussion point for her report. I think it might be helpful if you shared your information with staff. That might be good moving forward. Other thoughts? Councillor Lang.
I also want to say, like, maybe in 2 weeks might be too soon, because I think there's a lot that we can look at. Maybe there's other tourist towns that we can look at, and if they have open coal mining close to them, what it's done. The history of some of these coal mining towns, like I'm thinking Tumbler Ridge, Grand Cache, the ups and downs. How, if this does go through, how could it actually affect our tourism? We know, coal can really bring a lot of economic benefits, but it may be for, 10, 20, 30 years, but if it's going to stifle tourism that we're going to have for hundreds of years, that's the kind of thing that we need to have a topic and debate on in this council.
So I heard second meeting in February is what you'd like to see?
Whatever works for administration.
Okay, so we're leaving that open a little bit. Councillor Duncan.
And I was kind of going along the same lines as Councillor Lang in terms of not being too quick to come back to this. I think the province is also putting out a campaign of increasing people's knowledge and bringing their versions of what they're trying to do forward. So I think we need time for that to settle in with people as well, so that they can give us some more feedback on the provinces and what they're bringing forward.
All right, go ahead. Councillor Lang.
There was something else that kind of jumped out at me last night in this video conference. There has been, to date, no public consultation. And I brought that up, and it was kind of pointed out that that's up to these coal mine outfits. If they want to do public consultation, that it's up to them. And so I'd like to have a little bit more of an understanding the provincial government's policy regarding that. I know with our local council, we require the public consultation, so I'm not sure if it's required or not. I'd like to find out about that. It certainly didn't work with the Wildland Park. There was too little consultation too late. And I personally think with the park, the people were so divided. And what I'm hearing with this, there's no division. I've not heard anyone. It's uniting people. And I think it's probably uniting people because there has been no consultation. People don't know what to believe. So we need to find out about the consultation process.
Okay. Who else? Looks like there's no other folks who have we do. I think it's also important that we talk about what a lease is versus, perhaps Councillor.
I don't want to interrupt that topic.
Oh, okay. I think that's the same thought processes as Deputy Reeve Vandermeer has. I think understanding of what a lease means in this context. I think that piece of education is important. And I think that's what you were thinking about, Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
No, that isn't exactly what I was thinking.
Okay.
I was thinking about, you were talking about a particular notice of motion and a particular topic. And I just want to say that I don't have a notice of motion at this point in time, but I think there could be notices of motion come out of the closed session. So I would suggest that there be an opportunity following those discussions.
Okay, so point of information would be, do we then table the notices of motion until after? So I will look for somebody to table this particular item for now.
I'll make that motion.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer. Those in favor? That is carried. All right, that brings us up to the closed session and lunch. It's 12:05. Why don't we intend to meet back here at 12:45? Okay, thank you. Okay. Well, it's 10 to 1. We're back in session. And it looks like we're up to where we've got some closed sessions. So I'm looking for a motion to go in camera. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer? Those in favor? That is carried 7-0. Okay, it's 5:14 and we're returning back to open session. We've come out of camera and we're just gonna go back to a couple tabled items. We have item 7.3. It is the draft broadband, no, 7.2, my apologies. It's the request for letter for support for broadband grant. We need to pull that off the table. Councillor Duncan, those in favor to take that off the table, that is carried. And then we're looking for a motion. It's on item 7.2. The council reviews, amends as desired, and provides the attached draft letter of support as presented. I assume we didn't have any amendments that I'm aware of. So who would like to make that motion? Okay. I can make that motion. Oh, Councillor Duncan? All right. Those in favor? That is carried 7-0. That then takes us to the other tabled item. That was notices of motion. There was some interest in creating some additional notices of motion.
Yes.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer or Councillor Swanson, who would like to go first? Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Just for clarity, Tracy Lynn, there's two that were listed in the minutes from the December 8th meeting. Item 12.2 from that says, Councillor Vandermeer requests that council discuss the purchase of conduit fiber and optoelectronics for the final mile sufficient for the connection of 1,000 premises at the February 9th council meeting. That's just confirmation, just to make sure of the date. I think administration confirmed that. The second one is confirming Vandermeer requests that council discuss the preparation of a communications plan to explain the possible deployment of fiber to the premises for the February 9th council meeting. Now we have another one, and I think it's being addressed already, and it's the item 12.4. I believe that administration is prepping for a submission to the UBF covering the county as a whole, not just the three things mentioned there. But I specifically I'm requesting that council consider the building of fiber backbone and fiber to the premise along the River Road, Chicken Ranch Road to Wilderness Village at the February 9th council meeting. Sure. Councillor Vandermeer requests that council discuss the building of fiber, backbone and fiber to the premise, FTTP, along River Road, extending to Chicken Ranch Road and Wilderness Village. Thank you.
Are there any thoughts or comments with regard to that notice of motion? Councillor Hoven.
Swanson had her light on.
Sorry, Councillor Swanson.
I just, in regards, I have no problem with the discussion, but I'm just wondering if administration has that much time to bring that back to February 9th because we were informed that we had other issues coming up on that particular day. And anyway, I'm just looking at timelines and maybe it would be just say, bring it back to us as soon as possible versus placing February 9th. They may not be able to, because of the UBF schedule that they have going on, that might interfere with what they have planned with their engineering, with our engineering contract. So I would just, instead of placing just say by the end of February or as soon as possible.
The reason I'm asking for February 9th is that this is a specific application that could meet the February 9th intake date. There's a general one. I mean, this is specific. It's an extension in a way of our first run to Ferrier, and is important commercially. So I think it's important to bring it February 9th and try to insert it to the February 15th intake in the same way that the one to Nordegg is.
Councillor Swanson.
That's the reason.
Well, I can well appreciate Councillor Vandermeer's need for direct direction. I am confident that our administration is doing, from what I understood, a full fiber build out for the UBF application for February 15th. So I would assume that this is something that would be included.
Well, they have it covered, I'm sure, but this is an application, a smaller application that would be easier for the UBF to consider. And and because, you know, the likelihood of getting an early approval of the entire county is very, very low, I think it's important to motion on this, get it into the February 15th because of its importance to our community and the financial viability of the program.
Councillor Hoven.
My question is perhaps to admin on the meeting process. We currently have a motion that was passed by this council for a fiber backbone. And now there's a notice of motion for a motion that might not directly contradict it, but is a different direction. Do we not have to bring back the motion that was passed and debate that and get rid of that before we debate a different direction? Because if that motion comes forward and it passes, all of a sudden we are literally going in two different directions. And I am not enough of an expert on the meeting process to know.
Mr. Emmons?
Council does have a policy that says we will do fiber backbone. It doesn't mention fiber to the premise. That is something this council hasn't made a decision on. I don't recall any past motions, and again, this is a new topic, so without researching, I don't recall any past motions specifically saying we won't do fiber to the premise, we just don't have that direction.
Okay.
It would have to be looked at, how it fits in with past motions and if a motion has to be rescinded or how it fits with policy as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. I would assume that that's part of the research and that's why decisions are, it's best done through notice of motion. I too am concerned about the tight timeline. I recognize why you're asking because of the UBF deadline for middle of February. I am still concerned about asking staff to figure this out in that short a time frame. Councillor Lang.
you know, this, it would be silly for me not to vote in favor of this motion. But, I believe with this UBF timeline in the middle of February, there needs to be engineering done. Is that not? I thought January there wasn't, but February there was. And so I'm thinking if there's no engineering done, like this, we can't go ahead with that.
Well, the engineering is going to be done for the county as a whole, and we've just seen it earlier today going to Nordegg. Basically, with very little background, they're able to go to Nordegg and also go fiber to the premise in both Nordegg and Bighorn Reserve. This is not difficult for the engineers to do.
Is engineering going to be done in time to write a grant
Yes, what I'm saying is the engineering required is very minimal, and it's largely been done. It's typical. You have to draw some lines on a map and estimate the cost, the same as was done here to Nordegg.
I don't know, just to try to put a wrap on this. I believe that the February 9th is what we're stuck on. I think the information coming forward would be beneficial for our council to have a discussion openly about as we get an opportunity to talk about these notices of motion. I wonder about that tight timeline myself, but at this point, it's a discussion point coming forward. If the information isn't there on November the 9th, that will be, or I keep saying November, on February the 9th, that'll form part of our decision.
Yeah, if we can make a motion February 9th, we will, and if we can't, we'll defer it perhaps.
That's maybe what we'll have to do. We'll leave it in the hands of staff to bring us back some information for February the 9th. All right. Then is that...
Now, just confirming with Tracy Lynn, you did get those first two, right? 12.2 and 12.3. They're not listed on your thing here, but they're already recorded. You just have to, bring them for February the 9th. They've been put off here a couple of times. And that's what we talked about earlier. Bringing those February 9th.
I'm sorry, Madam Reeve, I am a bit confused.
So from the minutes from December the 8th?
Yes, those notices of motions were made December 8th.
Yes, and the clarity that we're looking around that is to have them come back to council on February 9th.
So they are recorded in the minutes as at a future council meeting. February 9th would be considered a future council meeting. Mr. Hagan confirmed that they were coming February 9th.
Yes.
So is Deputy Reeve Vandermeer requesting the minutes be amended?
No.
Or that the same notices of motions are made again?
No, if those two are recorded in the minutes as coming February 9th, I'm okay.
Well, they are recorded in the December 8th meeting as coming forward at a future council meeting.
And Mr. Hagan indicated that they would come February 9th, I believe, at this meeting.
Yes, that is
So I
correct.
just want assurance. If they have to be restated that it's February 9th, we'll restate that.
Yeah, no, that won't be necessary.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
There we
thank
go.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and it's recorded through the live stream as well now. Councillors, go ahead, do you have anything more?
I have the last one, and I would like this one, there was discussion around it, but there seemed to be a lack of clarity, and it's the routing of Rocky Mountain House to Caroline/Racinas. And I provide notice of motion that the route from Rocky Mountain House to Caroline be described as going Everdell Road in line with previous Magna Engineering route, be discussed for possible motion and change of route. At the February 9th council meeting. To include the route via Everdell Road to Racinas. There's some mapping that they're aware of. Via Everdell Road to Racinas.
Okay. Have we got any comments on that? So we can give council some, or give staff some direction from council? If not, is that everything, Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
Maybe perhaps Councillor Swanson has something. I might have one more thought, but I would like a 1 minute recess to discuss it perhaps.
In the meantime, we do have Councillor Swanson was wanting to make a notice of motion.
Yes, I'd like to make a notice of motion for planning, to admit to have planning department bring back a draft for a land use in regards to renewable energy. We had talked about it earlier, and I would like a draft bylaw that would include solar, wind, geothermal, biomass, just as the hierarchy, please.
Do you have a particular timeline on that? That can be at a future?
I believe that we are going to have a land use bylaw review anyways, but it's coming forward. So as the MDP review, as time allows, I'll just say.
As time allows, thank you. I had a request from Councillor Vandermeer for a recess or?
A 1 minute recess, please.
Mr. Emmons, before we take a 1 minute recess?
Thank you, Reeve Laird. Maybe Councillor Swanson, just for a point of clarity, if I may. Oh, no, Tracy Lynn's got it. I was going to ask, was it going to be particularly solar, or did you want wind included with solar?
I was looking to entitle it renewable energy, just so that it is the broad stroke, please. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a 5 minute recess. Okay. We needed a few moments there for a recess. It is 5:41. We are working towards completing any notices of motion. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, my understanding is you may have one that you'd like to clarify and create.
Yes, the 12.3, if you would please add at the February 9th regular council meeting, that would cover that one. Thank you. And
Okay, Councillor Hovind?
Isn't the notice of motion just about the exact same motion that was defeated back in December? Because the motion was to go from Rocky to Racines. And
with fiber to the premise at the time.
So this isn't about fiber to the premise?
Not at this time.
This is about routing by the looks of it.
It's routing to begin.
So just going a longer way to Caroline?
It's going past a population that can be served. We may bring the subsequent motion, but before bringing that, we would need to make sure the route, because the route is being worked on at this point in time, and if we could select a better route, it would be better for the long-term project.
So it is about fiber to the home then?
Not yet.
But it's intended to, even though that motion was defeated in December. I'm just asking the questions.
No, it's a good question, and it's worth having the discussion. I think it's important to get the information in front of our council and to have the wholehearted discussion. We can't do that without the information. That's what notices of motion are, and I think that also gives us opportunity to consider it over the next coming weeks about how we would like to proceed. Other thoughts?
Okay,
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Thank you. The last notice I present is notice of motion to postpone. Engineering, contracting, and construction efforts on the Caroline to Olds backbone route until firm contracts with potential users are available for council consideration. This to be brought to the February 9th regular council meeting.
Councillor Duncan?
I find this notice of motion a little too specific, because there are potentially, I suppose, contracts that could be firmed up before we build the route. I would think there's more that would be potentially available after the the route is installed. If we were going to discuss this, I would prefer that it would be until a business case is presented for council's discussion.
If I could respond there, the point of raising it at this time is that efforts are being expended to detail the engineering and enable a construction contract. If a construction contract is issued, it's too late to postpone this because of a lack of business case and users. The users that were discussed were two of the big players. I won't mention them here. If they are not there, there is no business case for sure. So it's a matter of contacting those two parties, sorting that out, and right now it's my view, and it's been confirmed by administration, that the backhaul costs to Calgary for a 10 gig service are under $40,000 a year. This is a $4 million build. You do not take this lightly. You do not start on a $4 million build if you don't have any income confirmed, because we can backhaul all that can come into Rocky Mountain House here, from the west, from the north, from the south, from as far south as Racinas even, back to Rocky, and backhaul it to Calgary for $36,000, is my understanding. So unless you've got a lot of income, you could also take on others in that backhaul. You could take on the other organizations we've talked about today. So I just want to make sure we have the business case that confirms this before we launch a $4 million investment. Thank you.
Councillor Duncan. Then I'm coming
guess
to
I'm-
Councillor Hoven.
Sorry, my only comment is that you just mentioned business case, and for me, the business case that is coming in sometime in the future, and I understand there's some information possibly coming on February 9th that pertains to the business case, but not the entire case. That is a basis for starting that discussion. But I just wasn't comfortable with tying it all to the contracts with potential users, because that's not the only. Contracts could include a number of things: ISPs, backhauls, homes along the route itself. So I was just trying to make it more encompassing to everything that could possibly pertain to that. So that was my understanding, but I'll.
Councillor Hoven.
My concern is that this is an attempt to undermine council's motion for the whole backbone plan. If the Deputy Reeve wishes for us to revisit that motion in the plan and rescind that motion, that is the discussion we should be having, not all these backdoor attempts to undermine it. That is my concern.
All right, do we have other councillors? Councillor Lang.
No, I have concerns. I've expressed it before about this backbone going to Olds at the cost of $4 million without signing anyone on. However, am I correct that Director of Corporate Services was going to bring some information back at the next council meeting, I believe, to try and explain the rationale with this? And so I'm thinking once we hear that, then maybe that this discussion could go hand in hand with that. I don't know. That's what I'm thinking.
Yes. Mr. Hagan indicated he will be bringing information forward to the February 9th regular council meeting with regard to rationale on why we're moving forward in the route we have, and and from Caroline to Olds. So perhaps this could be made more in the positive and less detailed, is what I'm hearing council looking for, is a little less detail on this, a little more generic, and that we're looking for the rationale for the connector between Caroline and Olds. And alternate options is what I think you're asking for, Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Well, I'm trying to be specific because we've been talking about receiving a business plan on this major backbone route for a number of months. It has not gotten here yet. And as I say, it would not be very responsible of us to approve a $4 million build without the business plan, which was indicated would be forthcoming. There were two things when these backbone routes were approved. The first one was that the business case would be presented in due course, and the second one was that we could alter the routes perhaps, or the order in which they would be built. And that is a position that was recorded and in place. And I'm just being very specific here, because if we don't have those, we do not want to start building something that is not backed up the way we expected it would be backed up. So there's the opportunity to bring it forth on the 9th, and this would be rescinded or not moved upon, or bring it at a subsequent meeting, fine. But it's important that if something is not brought forth as satisfactory by February 9th, we should pause this part of the construction work, the engineering and contracting work and construction. We should not move ahead. I think that would be rather, well, basically it'd be unsupported if we don't have the information. So far, there's no support. Thank you.
Well, we'll look forward to seeing the rationale, is my take on it. This is interesting development in our broadband project. I will look forward to more clarity by November the 9th for our, I keep saying November, February the 9th, my apologies. February the 9th, so that this council can be clear as a council on what direction we are doing, and allow staff to move forward in a definitive way without further extra notices of motion or motions. So my hope is February 9th, we clarify this and we stop adding extra challenging extras for our staff to work on. That is my hope. Is that the end of notices of motion for today? Okay. So moving back into item number 13, our in-camera, we did have a couple notices or motions coming out of the in-camera. Councillor Swanson.
In regards to 13.1, the council approves a non-binding letter of intent to negotiate a partnership with Stony Nakoda Telecom, pending federal approval of the Stony Nakoda Telecom's Universal Broadband Fund grant application, and for the installation of fiber backhaul and fiber to the home for the area within Clearwater County.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Those in favor? That is carried 7-0. The second motion is that council enters into a contract negotiations with Leaders International for recruitment of a CAO. Councillor Duncan? Those in favor? That is carried 7-0. I don't believe there's anything else left on the agenda. I always take a little moment to make a couple quick closing remarks prior to adjournment. Again, I would like to thank our administration, the staff, for your continued efforts and support. It is greatly appreciated. These are long days, and we are endeavoring to continue to keep moving forward on projects. You can find today's meeting and our highlights and video posted on our website, and our next meeting, regular council meeting, is scheduled for February the 9th. Staff and council are working through a process of virtual open houses, and the first of 8 of those virtual open houses for the municipal development plan was held last night with what we feel is a pretty good first start. We encourage our community to participate and help us create a prosperous path forward for our community. There are 2 meetings on January 27th, one in the afternoon, one in the evening. 2 meetings on February the 2nd, again, afternoon and evening. 1 meeting on February the 3rd, it's in the morning, I believe. And then there's 2 on February the 4th, afternoon and evening. Again, we recognize that COVID-19 continues to challenge our community. We certainly know it. We sit here with masks on and shields up to protect ourselves, to manage our COVID risk. And we know that overcoming these challenges and dealing with the life's unexpected events can push absolutely everybody to the limit. Through tough times, we know that tough times never really last, but we know tough people do. We ask you to take the appropriate precautions and stay safe. I'm looking for somebody to adjourn our meeting today. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, those in favor? Thank you.